Hey everyone, how y'all doing today? It's a cozy one. I checked the forecast, and it said cozy on it. It sure did. There we go. Old Spire Redo is working. Hello, Faley. Hentlo to SRF. How's it going, Ristona? Ooble. Enjoy the lurk, Ivy Blade. Malkavian. Zatanna Okami. Said melting. Melting Remnant? Does that mean it's time for Monster Train later? Maybe. Hello, Jaco. Pantsman Sawyer. Wanted to share that you got your first 820 heart kill last week. And you've been watching a lot of my videos. Are those related? Maybe. Is it both awesome? Yes! Congrats on that 820 heart kill. What character was it with? First one's definitely a doozy. I still remember very faintly, a long time ago now, my first battle against the heart. Going into that combat and not knowing what the enemy can do is super terrifying. And I distinctly recall playing all of my disarms immediately and deeply regretting it later in the combat. Oops. Monster Train releases on Switch tomorrow now. That's exciting news. I'll definitely have to stream some Train tomorrow then, in the celebration. That's wonderful. Ironclad got there. Good stuff. That was my first as well. It was Ironclad. Fantastic says they're 820 on defect and haven't been able to get the heart yet. Only have gotten there one time. It's tricky, especially with the defect. It is really tough to get past those elites, especially in Act 4. It's tough to have a defect deck that can both perform well against those elites and then do well against the bosses, in particular. But everybody's getting there. Indeed, the Spire community has become so incredibly skilled, collectively, over these past couple of years. It's really incredible to see how many A20 players there are now, and just how far everybody else has come in their respective climbs. It's so cool. We managed to get all of our small deck victories yesterday. Silent pulled it off with a Catalyst Pyramid. Catalyst definitely one of the ways to be able to kill the heart with relatively few cards. So we had a 19 card Silent win. Did take a few attempts to get Silent there. We had a lot of early Silent deaths. To Slime Boss, to Hexaghost, to Lagavulin. We died 4 times in Act 1 because we were skipping cards. Silent really does want to take the early game cards, and that's what we're going to be doing today, is taking a lot of cards, because it's time for no skip now that we've done small decks. YouTube content was one of the reasons for the kind of shift in challenge format, Logan the Bard. Kind of experimenting with more bite-sized, more digestible little challenges, and I've been really enjoying them. I really, personally, have greatly enjoyed taking the pressure off of myself to score consecutive victories all the time. Which has traditionally been a core part of the channel, is win streaking at Slay the Spire. But man, is it stressful, especially as you get towards the end of the challenge. It's really nice to be able to take that pressure to win each individual run off of myself so that I can experiment more with my play. When we originally did the no-skip ladder, I think my rule for the singing bowl was that I could use it 1 time per act. I think I'm probably just going to disallow it entirely for these runs, so they can be proper no-skips. Do we add an additional constraint here and say that I'm not allowed to remove cards either? Wonder how challenging we should make this. And how big the deck should get. Plus, it means we'll... The only time we're really going to feel that is if we get offered free removals from events. We'll be pretty sad about that. But for the rest of it, I actually foresee that we'll be able to put our gold or event choices to better use elsewhere. Do I cut off 999 gold, though? I don't know that that's necessarily true, Balthamos. I think it's entirely possible to win with 2 normalities in your deck, if there's 60 other cards in the deck. Anubla says it's actually impossible to not... I guess I can probably interface glitch. Yeah, that does get a little tricky with the nitsy-ditzy details of removes. Completely impossible. Well then. Obviously there would have to be an asterisk of some kind then. Cannot buy removals in shops, but event removals and transforms are fair game. Alright, I like that. Cannot buy removals in shops. That's definitely an easy one to enforce, and there's no question about, but what if this? And then there's also, of course, many other potential sources of removals. I think we'll start with the Ironclad here, in the character rotation. New challenge. Seems reasonable to let Ironclad step up to bat first. Immediately, for me, what about Peace Pipe comes to mind. Because I can end up in a situation where I'm forced to use the Peace Pipe too, right? I can't even say you can't use the Peace Pipe, because then what if I also take a Coffee Dripper? I might have to toke a card. Oh no. You can skip Dreamcatcher rewards. Or, well, rather, the game allows you to, but I'm not going to be able to within the context of the challenge. So no, I cannot skip Dreamcatcher rewards. Let me rephrase that. Oh, I love random rare relic starts in Ironclad. And plus a random rare relic could be Prayer Wheel. Wouldn't that be fun? Oh, this is an interesting start layout here. Yeah, we can avoid the hard pool fights if we want to. This leftmost path looks almost suicidal. We learned from our Watcher run earlier that taking 18 damage to get a fossilized Helix is in fact a really good way to start your Spire run. A yes man letter where you also agree with everything ridiculous offered at events. You just have to... Do you agree, Mr. Serpent? I do. Yeah, I in fact do agree. Yup. I have to actually look through the events and see how they're all phrased. But yeah, being forced to take Apparition, being forced to take Bites, if they're offered, could be pretty yikes. Looks like we should aim to try to take this out. I guess there's also this clustering of good nodes here, but I'm specifically looking at Fire into getting the Burning Elite out of the way, all after the chest. Yeah, let's take 18 damage for a rare relic. What do we get? It's the Pocket Watch. Oh boy, a blessed run are we. Pocket Watch is going to be massive card draw, and that's definitely one of the ways to deal with having a 50-card deck. Just draw 60 schmillion cards every turn. Now, the pocket watch is incredible for the Ironclad in particular, because here at the start of the run, we actually cannot ever play more than 3 cards. So this pocket watch is a guaranteed 3 cards every single turn, except for turn 1. And that is incredibly powerful. We're gonna have a very good other than our turn 1s, we should be able to flawlessly defeat all of our encounters here. Other than turn 1s. Keyboard, hello. Keyboard? My keyboard. What did you do? Alright, well, we'll play this with the mouse for a minute. So it's not batteries that it's completely lit up, which is what's confusing me here. Is that it's clearly on, but it is not inputting. Keyboard saw a mouse and got scared. Sure did. Ooh. Both Inflame and Twin Strike are pretty good starts. I actually really like Inflame on floor 1 here. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think we got the keyboard back online. Yes, we do. Okay. All is well. All is well. And again. How dare you? How dare you? Dad joke for the audience. Got some cat-themed puns for y'all today. Spix the Sides Kick, did you hear about the cat? He was extremely good at convincing other people to do things. He was extremely persuasive. If 1 Inflame is good, surely 2 Inflames is better? Question mark? I think a Hemokinesis this early could also be an excellent source of upfront damage. Oh, that's interesting as well, Phaley. That would also require us to take every card reward offered too, right? Since when you skip, there's still something left over in the rewards. Don't like the dropkick because of its interference with the pocket watch. I think I'm going to grab this Hemo, and that'll give us some self-damage to play with, as well as some big damage. I don't believe that I need to play it here against the cultist. Not with a pocket watch. I think we only have to take 1 in this fight. 2 strikes next turn will kill. Good old Stecco Oil lets us randomize the cost for everything in our hand. Wild Strike is less bad than normal, I think, thanks to the extra draw of the pocket watch. Could also take the Thunder Clap for the Vuln. Intimidate's not bad either. With 8 card draws, having a couple of 0 costs in there might actually be useful to us. So I think I could reasonably see a reason to take any of these. And of course, we have to take one of them. So, what will it be? We're fighting Guardian. I actually quite like the Intimidate in that case. Not often that I grab an early Intimidate, but I think I'm going to go with one here. And I'm sure we'll have no shortage of attacks that end up in this deck. Gonna go triple defend? get one defense card next turn, which could be awkward. Does Bash Hemokinesis kill this one? Alternately, does Inflame make Hemokinesis do 13? I don't believe so, right? Because that pushes it from 15 to 17. 17 gets weakened down to... Actually, no, that would go down to 13, right? So I can go Inflame, Hemokinesis, Defend, and only take 4. 13 doesn't go to 12, or 17 doesn't go to 12. No. Wait, yes it does? Hold on. 17 times 0.75? Oh yeah, it does go to 12. Oh, yeah, because it's only 3 away from 20. Okay, yes. Oh, I understand. Well, I accept this outcome. In that case, I'll hit the middle one. Just my genuine own failure at math. As usual. I think that comes as a surprise to literally nobody. Okay, we won't be weakened next turn, so we can double block here. Does 3 strikes kill you? 13 plus 9 is 22, 3 strikes is 24. So yes, we'll just go strike. 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 And we can win without having to use the Hemo. Yes, that's exactly why you should use a calculator as a chemist. Or just is a general rule. If you're doing math on the day-to-day, it's good to use a calculator, because a machine can do it better than you can, I guarantee it. I think I'm pretty happy with a shrug. Increasing our block density as we go through a no-skip run is kind of a priority here. So, one of the big tactics when it comes to no-skip here, when we take a combat, we're going to be adding a card to the deck, so we can limit the number of cards we add to the deck by limiting the number of combats we get involved in, taking more events. I think events do become more valuable in the no-skip format. How do we feel for the first elite? I think we'll be just fine, because again, Pocket Watch. Plus I get to get 25 hit point heal going all the way up to full here, which is perfect for our first elite. I could take the 5 max HP. I think generally speaking that's a little greedy when you have HP to gain. Dreamstorm says they had a small programming and math-related course where you were only allowed to use calculators if you were the ones who coded them. So you had to rely on... If you couldn't code the calculator properly, you're gonna have a fun time. Oh, that's good. There's a quiet cackling from above. I have to look at the event text. I suspect... I love that there's quiet cackling in this room, by the way. Give me that banana. It is nutritious and slightly magical, as all bananas are. Feels to me like a bash upgrade is hella good. Could maybe see the Intimidate upgrade, or of course the Inflame upgrade is quite good too. For flat damage upgrades, Hemokinesis at +5 is pretty spicy also. But yeah, I'm going to upgrade the Bash for the additional Vulnerable Burn, although that could backfire against Lagavulin. Case in point. We'll let this cycle, actually. Ah. Even better. And we'll hopefully draw the Bash again here. Foolish. Okay, but we get to do Bash Intimidate next turn at least, so that's fine. In that case, I will do the damage. I'm going to use the Hemokinesis because it's very much a fight we want to accelerate as best we can. And this turn gets to be Shrug, Intimidate, Bash. I feel like we've had so many of our recent challenge wins carried by the Dead Branch here. Was one of them Ironclad? We had the Spoon Dead Branch Watcher win. That was pretty fun. And then several of the Busted Crown wins also relied on the Dead Branch. Perfected Strike does seem hella good here, right? That's gonna be a slapper of a card. Did not take that Wild Strike earlier, but I can take a lot of future strikes. It's true, the Spirit of No Skip does dictate that I take this, and I think I'm pretty okay with that. Well, that makes the Elixir very good. I guess I'll discard the Snecko Oil? Question mark? Question mark. Currently doing 18 damage. What do you got? Ah! More cards. Perfect. It's a moment for Peace Strike Chemo. Do 24 damage split at 16. Or I could try to get like the Inflame down. Get a worse split. Let's do the damage. Could take 2. Or 8 if I choose to kill. We won't be weak next turn. Let's go for the block then. Let the weaken wear off so we can kill one. Perfect. Blood for Blood, Fire-Breathing, Dual Wield. I like Dual Wield quite a bit, especially with the hand size that we typically have. Dual Wield will have a lot of different targets, whether it be a power or a attack. Could also reasonably take Blood for Blood. Gets cheaper every time we take damage, and we are self-damaging with the Hemokinesis. Grab this Dual Wield, and we'll take the Explosive Potion over the Speed Potion, I think. Heading towards our Burning Elites. Definitely snag an upgrade. Although upgrades might be, in general, less valuable in the no-skip format, simply because we're going to be seeing any given upgraded card less frequently. Oh my lord. The Blessed Run. Strike Dummy here to amplify the power of our strikes. What a trio of relics to have in Act 1, and we're not even done yet. Alright, well, I'm definitely going to upgrade Peace Strike then. Kidding me? An idol. Sign me up. 7 max is not so bad a penalty. I don't think I have the hit points to spare the current HP. Emo loses a little bit of value, actually. We still play it here. Isak Dab, thank you so much for the 3 months. Matt Prime sub. Keep it cozy. Actually need the Explosive Potion for that kill. So I chose not to use it. Spicy. That's right, we'll also gain additional strike cards from the Dead Branch. It's good stuff. quite a kill, huh? Alright. For each curse in the deck, you start combat with 1 strength. And we're offered a barricade? Hello? What is happening? This run is incredible so far. I do wish I had taken the curse for the Golden Idol, but we can take future curses that are offered to us. Blessed run? No, cursed run! The best kind of cursed. Fighting Guardian, I am going to take Barricade here, allowing us to retain block from turn to turn. 2 random upgrades, huh? Is either Laga or Knob? That'll be easy. The Strike and the Hemo upgraded. Oh. Fine draw. Oh, missed my Reckless Charge, though. Bonus card draw the first time we take damage. And a Clash of Fire Breathing or a Cleave. Fire Breathing more tempting if we're gonna do curses. I'm pretty happy with a Cleave, though. Just an AoE card, especially an AoE card that scales with our strength. Clash is definitely going to be unreliable. At best. For this Guardian fight, I honestly like upgrading this Shrug It Off. Could also reasonably upgrade Barricade, although this deck would take Snecko in a heartbeat. So, that could backfire. Upgrading Dual Wield is something I'll want later, but not now. Intimidate upgrade could be okay, but for a boss fight, we really do want a card we're going to use multiple times. And against this Guardian, we're going to want... a block upgrade. Although we may have a difficult time actually getting the Barricade in play on only 3 energy here. Contemplating playing Bash. I'm going to. Gives me more draw next turn. We draw 10 cards here. Barricade Entrench. I'll even go for the full block, which does turn off the Pocket Watch for this next turn. Oof. I was hoping we draw one of these 2 cards. Well, that's what the price we pay for deactivating our Pocket Watch. This is not enough to transform, right? That's right. We could get the Barricade down this turn. But can I do the required 32 damage next turn? If so, I don't think so. No, I don't think I don't think I'm actually allowed to play it here either. That's the problem with Barricade. Like, when do you actually get to play it? You don't. A fancy way to get to 10 block. Make the pain go away!
Bash gets the transform. Can I strike and then bash? Yes. Dang it. Like, very close to having a kill here, but not quite there. This would be instant death. Okay. We could use the elixir to try to find something, or just to get enough block even. But I won't do that until I'm forced to. Pretty much. So probably next turn. Realistically. Yes, now I am forced to, so now I will. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This could be an entirely new hand. Thanks! This is good stuff. So, no real copies of Corruption, tragically. Criminally, even, dare I say. Offering sure seems powerful. I could even get behind a Bludgeon, especially with the Pocket Watch. Berserk, harder to want. Berserk Dual Wield is a potentially hilarious option, by the way, since you can create copies of a zero-cost power. There is some utility there, but good luck dealing with the vulnerability. That definitely could be a way to die, that's for sure. Leaning towards the Offering here. It's actually an excessive amount of card draw, but that is actually too much card draw, right? If the first time we play Offering, it draws 3, plus 1, it attempts to draw 7 cards. It's not going to be able to do that. Berserk is justifiable in a couple of ways. My hope would be that we would be able to combo it with an Orange Pellets or something. I'm gonna grab the Offering. We might not choose to play it all that often. We unfortunately don't get offered the Snecko Eye. We do get offered a couple of stinky ways to get energy. The Ectoplasm means we can no longer gain gold. With Golden Idol, that's a sad time for us. Philosopher's Stone gives enemies extra strength, not unmanageable. Or Black Blood here. Replaces our Burning Blood, healing 12 at the end of each combat. It's actually not terrible here, genuinely. Not often I get an opportunity to feel like Black Blood is pretty good. Although I do feel like I should probably take the Philosopher's Stone. Pseudo SC2 says, what makes me determine if I'm okay with taking the Philosopher's Stone? Great question. There's a couple of factors. One, do I have a way to remove that excess strength? Really only Ironclad and Silent can do this with Disarm and Malaise. So those two cards specifically, Disarm and Malaise, are big ones. We'll take a Disarm if we see one, but we don't have one right now. Another thing that can make me really okay with the Philosopher's Stone is the Torii Relic, which reduces unblocked attack damage from 5 down to 1, excuse me. The real big problem with the Philosopher's Stone is, of course, the heart, going for heart runs. Heart attacks for 15 more damage every 3 turns with the Philosopher's Stone. And the Torii does negate the first 2 sets of 15 damage entirely. Regardless of whether you block the vulnerable or you have weakened down or what have you, the rounding works out really favorably for that relic against the heart. Other than that, just having good access to the weak status effect to reduce enemy power, or having a really good defensive plan in general, makes me more okay with Philosopher's Stone. If I've got something like Barricade where I'm able to retain extra block, then this becomes much worse, because I cannot... because it's harder to retain block when the enemies do more damage, essentially. By the way, Pants are a prison, thank you so much for the 2 months of support. Much love. I think I really do like this Black Blood. Although the Philo Stone would allow me to play the Barricade in the first place. We'll probably upgrade this Barricade soon. I'll take the Black Blood. I don't often get to take Black Blood, so I quite like it as well. Seems like it does track the health it gave us before it was a Black Blood. With this much cash, I really would like to get to a store. We haven't been to one in Act 1, and we picked up the Golden Idol. So we are flush with cash, so to speak. What an interesting path over here. Just 5 campfires. Upgrade everything. Add no more cards to the deck. Well, that could be an interesting tactic for this kind of run. Fight no elites. I don't know if I want to fight no elites when I've got Black Blood, though. And yeah, this path would be a great waste of our Black Blood. And Austin Fuego, my goodness, thank you so much for the very generous 2 years. That incredible tier 3 support. Woohoo! To you too. Woohoo. Yeah, let's get to a store with... Oh yeah, this doesn't even get to it. Wait a minute. What? Four shops? I didn't know that was possible. I thought we... Huh. Is this the actual maximum? I legit thought you could only have 3 in one act. I should really look at how Spire generates maps sometimes. Yeah, and we could go to 3 of them, hilariously. Although I really don't want to. So is 5 stores possible? Question mark? This does seem like a map that generated with quite a few nodes. There's so many different paths on it. I wonder if that made it possible for a 4th shop to spawn. Very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, this is the turn. Offering, we said, draws 7, and you know what? I have 7 spots in my hand, so maybe not an overdraw after all. If we could get this offering bottled, I would be all about that. Would be extremely about that. Oh man, I can go bash Perfected Strike. Heck yes, get dunked on. He strikes do 18 damage? What? Oh my. And then we healed 12. Oh my goodness. Deck so strong. Blood for Blood looking a little bit better here. I actually don't mind an unupgraded True Grit one bit. It is a block card, it exhausts a card. Yeah, I'll take that. We did get orange pellets. Fascinating. There's also Gurya here. Although, as a general rule, I really don't like buying Gurya. Finding Gurya, good. Buying Gurya, not so good. Also, what do our rest sites look like? Not happening. Yeah, that Gurya is going to be a long time before it pays off anything, and we would like immediate payoff. I'd be much more inclined to buy this White Beast statue for a guaranteed potion every single combat. Some interesting card options in here, although we know we're going to get plenty of cards. We've said that I'm not allowed to use this button to make this more of a big deck challenge, which I'm cool with. No removals, ever. That does make Burning Pact a bit more appealing. Oh, that's right, it was the Berserk. We would have dual-wield Berserk with orange pellets. Dang. If only we'd taken that Berserk. We can, of course, take the pellets here. Can I afford pellets statue? Oh my god, I can. Right? Yes, I can. Ooh, pellets and statue. Is there enough left to buy Flex? I guess that's the important question. $282 plus 167 is 449 plus 30. 479. No, we cannot afford the Flex if we buy both relics. Dang. Oh well, I'm still gonna do that. Yeah, we may see more Flex-like cards after all, or more debuffing cards in general. Or, That's worse than the strike is for this combat. Okay, 3 defense I guess is fine. Bonus draw from the puzzle. There's a disarm. Also have to play an attack here. Let's go with this one. Remove the frailty, we remove the strength down from the thingy as well. Get him, Wild Strike. And then we heal 12, back up to 60. Flex pellets with an orange... Flex potion with an orange pellets is exceptional. Seeing red plus with a dead branch is exceptional. Warcry's not terrible either, letting us kind of retain a card from turn to turn, but I love this Seeing Red. Okay. Again, we get the offering turn 1. Very happy with that. Oops, all strikes. I guess. Okay, we need to kill this thing very quickly, or we're gonna have a very bad time. That means I'm using this potion now. Or versus 15-15. It's about the same either way. Make another strike card so the P-Strike does more damage, I guess? I guess. So we'll remove our Weaken, and then we can kill with Hemokinesis.
And again, despite the fact that we spent lots of HP on cards, we healed back to more than our starting value. Picking up a fruit juice for more max HP, and a second Perfected Strike. Joins the team. I'm in. Welcome to the team, Perfected Strike. Good to have ya. Alright, I am not going to this store, so I think we'll take this event. Question mark. Upgrade. Fight an elite. We have lots of healing in our potion belt, of course. And then we might go for double elites after that, depending on how we feel. Remove all strikes over my cold dead body. We've already got our sustain sorted with the black blood. We don't need bites, certainly not at the cost of max HP. No way. Refuse. Refuse. How dare you? How dare you? We fighting Collector. Orange Pellets is going to help against Collector quite a bit, probably. Get this barricade upgraded, I suppose. $24? Oops, my damage numbers are wrong. I'll do it this way. Sure, that wizard is not a problem. We're relatively likely to see our offerings soon. This will actually draw me 3 cards immediately. Note if I play that. Perfect. Do I play Barricade, or do I just do the damage? That is the question. I think I just want to go face here. $46 plus 15. How much is that? 61. Not enough. Do I just take that damage to the face? I suppose I can probably reasonably Perfected Strike, defend, and get a kill next turn. Yeah, that feels correct. Take a little bit here, but we're getting a potion after this combat anyway, right? This results in some very scary numbers pointed our way, but we should just be able to kill. Calipers? That's actually not bad. That lets us get started on the block before the barricade is in play. Double barricade. No, I'll take a second wind. Exhaust all non-attack cards in hand. Gaining block for each card sounds pretty genuinely incredible with the Dead Branch. Always love fighting Snecko with a pocket watch. It's like, build your own Snecko Eye, pretty much. It's just in there. Foolish Snecker warrior. What a beauty of a hand. Is that lethal?
neck. Oh no! Got him. Do have to add one of these. I really like this Intimidate Plus with the Dead Branch. And another cat-themed dad joke for Arancia. Did you hear about the Invincible Cat Warrior? He's a very formidable opponent. Let's see, do I like a Colorless Potion more than I like a Blessing of the Forge? Being able to upgrade all cards in hand is pretty useful, especially with Dead Branch. I think I like these potions more than the Colorless Potion. And I think we're on track to fight more elites. That was an extremely easy Grim Leader fight. The Raincatcher. That would give us more cards, but only when we rest, which we're probably not going to be doing very much. So I'm going to take the Sapphire Key. Bit of an ouch. But I guess that's what Black Blood is for. Casually take 16 damage on turn 1. Didn't draw a single power. Does that make sense? There was only one power in the draw pile, but maybe I'll get another one. Oh, or maybe I'll do something entirely different. Yeah, something entirely different indeed. And then all of our health comes back. Easy peasy. Dual Wield Plus makes even more copies of a card in hand. I quite like that. I think Burning Pact is fine too, but I'm going to take the card with the free upgrade. Thank you very much. Oof, that's a yikes. Yikes for turn 1 anyhow. 31 plus 13. Not enough. I'll just get all of my HP back. Somehow. Seems fine. Okay, you're telling me I could make even more of these Perfected Strikes? For later? I like it. 40 damage. Dang. Very dang. Unfortunately, don't get to retain that 10 block. Boot thingy, giving us block on turn 1. That would have been extremely helpful in the fight we were just in. A Fiendfire is going to take massive advantage of this Dead Branch. We just saw how good it would be in that Avocado fight. I'll happily pick that up. This might be an easy 12 HP for us. Depending on how it goes. Smoke Bomb could be a card skip. That is actually true. It's not a use case I had considered a whole lot, but it is genuinely useful. We're just trying to draw towards that Fiendfire anyhow, right? Yeah. Hello? Fiendfire, are you there? It's me. is unfortunate but acceptable. Don't feel the need to play this offering. Well, do I? You can 6 either way, actually. Yeah, I will. I don't think I'm going to use the smoke bomb, necessarily. Here's that flex. Hey, grants a ton of Okami on reaching A20 with the defect. That's huge. Genuinely, that's huge. Get there. Question mark? No, I'll make another bash, I guess. There's a power. There's feet and fire, okay. Okay, we're guaranteed to be attacked by the leader next turn if this, if 2 out of 3 are still alive. That's fine, because we'll just get a kill. Totally fine. Plus 12 HP. Mummified Hand is going to help generate energy for us, making a card in hand free whenever we play a power card. I do have to admit, I am kind of sad we did not take Berserk. But what about Third Barricade? Probably not. Heavy Blade? Unupgraded Heavy Blade, it's not exactly a good card. I don't really keen on playing another Hemo either, though, you know? This would definitely be a skip, normally. But we're in no-skip territory, so I can't. We have to take a card here. It's the rules. Guess I'll take the Heavy Blade then. And I will drop the Smoke Bomb? Okay. Maybe shouldn't have done that, but it's what I'm doing. Ooh. Very nice. That's right, we can also remove this Hex Curse if we want to. Although now that I have a Field Note Painter in play, I'm not sure that I do want to. I'll want to remove this Vulnerable, though. Barker, thank you so much for the 4 months of support. Hey, outside. I think pathing-related challenges are pretty cool.
getting chat involved is certainly an interesting one, and we should maybe play with that sometimes, but you can definitely really slow things down when you require input from the chat when it comes to the run. We are not obligated to take events during this challenge. The only thing I'm obligated to do is take a card from every card reward that we're presented with. I'm going to add this Pommel Strike. It's a strike card that draws a card. And we're going to upgrade maybe this Fiendfire, genuinely, but also Perfected Strike, Offering, True Grit, Second Wind are all good upgrades. 2 block per card with Calipers or Barricade is a big deal. This Collector, I mean, a big Fiendfire will just finish the fight. Let's upgrade this Fiendfire then. And that'd be true regardless of whether or not we had a Dead Branch. Got that turn 1 Offering again. I'm going to use it. Especially with both of these Intimidates. We just go ham. Forget that we have a... Forget that we have a Pocket Watch, just for the moment. So that I can do this. Oh. Well, then. Corruption and Dead Branch, every time we play a skill, we get a new random card, and well, you know what happens then. Goodness. Very goodness. Yes? Yes? GG. And there's the real one, Corruption. I mean, I'm not gonna say no. Welcome to the deck. Skills cost 0 whenever you play a skill. Exhaust it. Let's go. I mean, this is the optimal moment for a dome run, truthfully. Runic Dome is more energy every turn, but we can't see what the enemies are doing. Who cares? We just kill them all on one turn. Double strength potions with the Sacred Bark is also a not unreasonable option. We are getting a potion after every combat, don't forget. We're expected to get 4.107 additional potions over a baseline of however many we would get in Act 2/3. And we also get one guaranteed after Spear and Shield, which is nice. Or remove 2, but that's heresy. Give me that dome. Give me that dome. Interesting. Series of shops there. If I want to fight all 3 of those elites, I have to go to 2 stores. Interesting. We could go as many as 4 elites, and I love going max elites. One of my favorite ways to play. What are they doing? No one really knows. Alright, well if they all buff, that means they're all attacking this turn. Wonder if we have any way to deal with that. Oh. Yes. We in fact do. Let the silliness begin! I think part of what makes Dead Branch Corruption so nutty with Ironclad is that you may gain skills that increase your energy, like Bloodletting, Sentinel... Offering... This is Dead Branch Corruption with Calipers. That's extra illegal. Seeing red, yeah, like, so many different options there. I'm just trying to win this without spending I guess I could just play the offering, hey? Got black blood, right? $48 damage. Do we take an actual Dark Embrace? Feels unnecessary. Like, hand constantly overclocked, level of unnecessary. Let's take another Pummel Strike. In that case. Fight! These guys are pretty mean. But we're meaner. All they ever do is attack. That's fine by me. Kill this one. More Singer Heads. More cards. Still have 7 energy somehow. Shaky. Oh, there's the prayer wheel. We're gonna pick it up. Shaky555. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 2 months. Alright, here's where it gets weird. Prayer Wheel says, normal enemies drop an additional card reward. I am required to pick those up. Although I'm not taking that many regular combats, I will deliberately pick a couple here. Because we're gonna get some cards in this deck, you know? Gotta get some cards in this deck. Fortunately, I think thanks to the Pocket Watch, you'll find that we draw Corruption a lot. We're not going to have troubles getting it into our hand. Just put it that way. Not too worried here. Flash! All these fire potions. Sentinel's pretty good with the corruption. Barricade number 2 for realsies. How about a Bloodletting for Tunzo energy? Bloodletting plus, man. Early Barricade, though. Second Barricade, as the deck gets incredibly bloated here, is, I think, a very reasonable option. We'll take the Sentinel. You know what? I'll take Sentinel Barricade. Let's do it. Hey look, a barricade! Good job. Good job, me. There's transient attacks for an increasing amount of damage each turn. I'll take 1. 1 is fine. We're gonna draw Corrupt. Well, I guess with the turn we draw the Fiendfire is fine too. So base of 60 on this turn. Minus 28 here, 20 here. That's only 48. We need to do 12 more. So let's take 2 either way, right? Let's just take 2 this way. 2! Oh, there is another corruption? Okay. Oh, I wanted to headbutt, actually. Headbutt the corruption. I have White Beast statue? Okay, let's just Liquid Memories corruption, then. And then we can headbutt... Sentinel. There we go. Some combo going here. That's more like it. More corruption! More. Another fruit juice for even more max HP, you love to see it. I think probably a blood for blood is one of the most reasonable, and I'm super happy with the disarm here. An exhausting skill that reduces enemy power, sign me up. 500 gold? Wait, we have 500 gold? Oh. Well, that's pretty sweet. Guess that's what happens when you never spend your money on card removes. Draw 10. Why, don't mind if I do. There's barricade. Wait. So for an exhaust build, Danik, but it kind of depends on how your deck is trying to win. Some exhaust builds want to win by exhausting down to just a particular combo, in which case you want to have as few cards as possible, but for more of a corruption-powered, you know, just get free block from all your block cards kind of thing, the goal may be to kind of last as long as possible before you run out of cards, in which case more is better, more skills in particular. Of course, we're playing a no-skip, so we're definitely going the more skills option rather than fewer. 30 block is not exactly a whole lot. Oh yeah, we've got a corruption in this deck. Fine, I think we're fine. More of those. More of these. And each of these is also adding slow stacks to Mr. Giant Head here, who takes 10% additional damage per card we play this turn. Meaning that if we could get to combo for long enough... F! No. Oh no. We're back at, like, barely any bitrate, so it's gonna look really weird. Apologies. That's on my end. Pixel Party. Hopefully it'll come back to something resembling normal in a minute here. So how much do these P-Strikes do? These are at 243 each. Well, I'll take that. Gimme. Giant head, more like giant dead. Thanks for the meal ticket, nerd. And thanks for, I guess, yet another copy of Intimidate, question mark? All these disposable skills feel pretty nice. Alright, yeah, we're back to something resembling normal here. We're not at normal bitrate, we're at a quarter of normal bitrate, so your quality might be a little messed with, but that's okay. Onwards to glory. Org. Is it the big hit? Is it the small hit? I don't get to know. Guess I'll just block potion, because either we get to keep the block, or we don't. I do have follower emote slots. On my to-do list is to get something into those. I think we have 5 to work with. This would be pretty cool. Follower emotes can only be used in this channel, so they'd be really good for kind of channel in-jokes or channel-specific ideas. Double Fiend Fire. Another True Grit seems okay. Armaments could be pretty acceptable too. And I'll happily add another Pommel Strike. Let's go with the Arma. Up to 40 cards in this deck. Keep them coming, I say. Give me more. Boss pun emotes. What does it even mean? Go! Four Spikers. Perfected Strike number 3. I mean, we've got lots of strike cards in the deck. Could take an Evolve. It's just a power we can play. Basically. It's another way to activate orange pellets, I guess. Which is nice. Yeah, sure. X-Pot over Weak Potion? Sure, I guess. Shuriken? strength for playing 3 attacks. You know what? I am going to go to 2 stores, because I am loaded. That means we get to fight even more elites. I'll just kill all the daggers so I can retain the block. Barricade. We get to do it, chat! We get to make it happen. Dual wield the Berserk, remove it with orange pellets. At last. Although, more realistically, I want to make a second bash and dual wield the bash. Yeah, more realistically, I want to do that. More cards in our hand. Yeah, I am actually going to dual wield the bash. That times. You take quite a bit of damage here. Repto is attacking us. Cannot summon 3 times in a row. Right. Stuff. Alright, this fight is thoroughly under control now. GG, we've got a Tori, reducing unblocked attack damage. Another Perfected Strike. Pummel Plus not bad either, for a lot of reasons, but I'm going to keep taking these Beast Strikes, because I think they're hilarious. Take the Skill Potion. We'll go up to full HP, and what are we offered here? Several rare cards in this shop. Pretty decent relics, too. Most notably, I think, the Dolly's Mirror, which allows us to duplicate any one card in the deck. Probably Corruption is the hit there. That way we can draw our Corruption more easily. Could also mirror this Perfected Strike Plus, and that would bring us up to 5 copies of Perfected Strike with... How much would that do, actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... There'd be 13 strikes, so it would do 45 damage. That's pretty good. Pretty good. 3rd Barricade. Brilliant. Yeah, having 2 copies of both of our major powers seems genuinely very good. Do I want the Bag of Marbles for the turn 1 Vuln? Do I want the second Offering? Oh, that was without the strike dummy, so excuse me, 48 damage. A lot of damage. We are going to another store here. I'll hold out for better relics. Which corruption is it? We'll never know. It's the one we drew, is what it is.
little bit of damage for the Vuln there, but totally worth it, right? Let's go. Smiling Mask, I guess technically does nothing, because we're not removing cards at shops. Oddly decent Reckless Charge. Pretty good Burning Pact, too. Take the Burning Pact. We did wonder, what about the Peace Pipe? Does a last-minute Prismatic Shard sound like a fun addition here? I think so. Combat reward screens now contain colorless cards and cards from other colors. I could even intentionally opt to... this unfortunately will only affect 2 card rewards. So it's not exactly a very high-impact prism. But sure, we'll take it, and we'll take this Exhume, getting back an exhausted card. That's all I need. The pummel just made another pummel. Seems like cheating. Okay, this could be a singular big hit. We really have no way of knowing, unfortunately. I'm gonna skill potion in an attempt to maybe don't die. Okay. Successfully didn't die. Oops. Ow. Well, we knew that was coming. One skill, unlucky. Branch cannot proc Prism, but if you use the Diverse modifier in Custom mode, or the special card pull modifiers, the red cards, blue cards, green cards modifiers, those will affect Dead Branch and mid-combat sources of card generation, which is pretty sweet. Alright, this looks pretty good now. Fairly convinced that we have won. Reserved Insect will make our final elite of the game a bit easier. Skewer is actually a half-decent payoff for some of these turns, so I'm cool with that. The Flying Sleeves and the Weave aren't particularly good attacks here. Thanks, Prismatic Shard, for the Skewer Plus. And of course we must recall here up to 47 cards. I think we can make it an even 50 by the time this run is over. Nice. Okay, Time Eater is a bit of a tricky opponent. They do, of course... Nice. End our turn automatically once we play a certain number of cards. 12. to be precise about it. Okay, we want to play a power attack and a skill this turn. It's the power, or one of the powers. The attack. Okay, so the vulnerable wears off, very importantly. Not seeing a lot of block here, though, you know? Ouch. Is this a dire enough situation to use the elixir? I think so. There we go. Yes, much better. Okay. And this turn, Time Eater is not attacking us. We just killed, though. GG. Alright, I feel like that was a reasonable elixir use, and we can always buy a new potion. Plus we will get one from the White Beast statue upon the conclusion of the Spire, Spear, Spire shield fight. Okay, just kill one bird. Lincoln one attacks for 22, so we'll take 12 and draw a bunch. I probably should have played the skewer for a point of strength there. It's okay. And this turn we're going to pop off. Okay, so we have the shuriken. I was like, yeah. Okay. So that's a little bit yikes. It's a little bit yikes. Okay, multi-attack is headed our way this turn. We did draw good stuff, though. I'm just gonna play everything. It's gonna be enough block. Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be enough block. Wow. Okay. Well, that's just excessive. Yep. Not bad. With barricade. Yeah, we keep disarming too. Well, in that case, I'd better play some powers so that it's fair. You know? Strength. That's enough to work with. Show me what you got, Awaken one. No longer... Okay. How about I show you what I got, which is 760 block, apparently. And, sorry, 999 block. But who's counting, right? Kind of a sad turn there, though. GG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread. We felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of this missing two thump? You ready your blade, dealing 2283 damage. Hey, that's the same as my bank account number. Amazing. Okay, we have the meal ticket healing us, right? There it is, yeah. What do I have? Just like recall? No, we're already here. Might as well upgrade something. I guess I'll upgrade armaments. That's a reasonable one. And I did say that I wanted to get to an even 50 cards, right? We're going to take one from the elites, so that means buying 2 cards here. One battle trance. One more armaments. Would I take a Mind Blast? Probably, actually. Yeah, I think Mind Blast would be completely fine. I'm also going to take the toolbox for a choice of card, on turn 1, and a skill potion to go into that empty potion slot. Beautiful. Beautiful. Freddy Thugs, what do you call a vampire who works at a bank? Accountant Dracula. Bomb? Question mark? Barricade, question mark. Enlightenment might have been nice to get this barricade easy peasy in play, but I'm hopefully only going to play 3 cards here. Spire Spirit always attacks for a minimum of 6x2 on turn 1, so if we don't block, we're going to take the full draw with the Puzzle Pocket Watch. I will skill potion. By choice, fairly easy. Okay, stop there. $28 coming from the Spire Spear after the weaken here. Flame Barrier is perfect for this. Even got one of the burns, good stuff. A little bit of underdraw this turn, though. And it turns out that's okay. Exhume. Herbios. There's our corruption at long last. Perfect dual wield target, yeah.
Good luck, Fantasia. Static Discharge is one of my favorite cards for Act 4 Defect. Good luck. I'm killing this turn. Spire's Spear is attacking me. We should try to kill them. The Juggernaut is chipping in. You got it. Easy peasy offering play. E-strike for the win. Good job, us. GG. Vajra gives us one more point of strength to work with. Liquid Bronze will be 3 thorns against the heart. And my god, is that a Seek I see? Good job, Prismatic Shard. That might be one of the best cards we could have found to help us get down the Corruption or the Barricade, whichever one we don't draw. Not a bad terror either, genuinely. Let's go. Let's go. A secret weapon turn 1. The attack. I'll take the Chrysalis, actually. Oh no, Fiendfire? Okay, you know what? Let's play. Arma Chrysalis. Give me 5 random free skills. An Exhume and a Limit Break. That's pretty spicy. I can Orange Pellets if I play this Berserk. Since it'll make an attack free. I'll spoil the Pocket Watch draw. And yeah, we are going to be vulnerable anyway. That's the other thing. But we might as well clear the Pellets debuff, get the 5 Dexterity this turn. But yeah, because we're on exactly 3 cards with Pocket Watch, it is worth considering not. However, we do have the Centennial Puzzle to draw. I'll go for it. Oh yeah, plus we get a bonus card here. Don't think I want to play that. Cool, we got a power. So let's start with a skill and draw 3. None of these are very good dual-wield targets, unfortunately. Okay. Now we're being attacked for a maximum of 33, down from a lot more than that. Means this will be a comfortable full block. Was in fact a multi-hit, which means we even get to retain some block for this turn. And a lot of things that this second wind can get rid of for us. Do I dare? Add more random skills to the draw pile? Drawn none of the statuses so far, so Evolve is pretty good. Do it.
3 Sentinels, not bad. Nice barricades. Okay, this is not an attack turn. There's still 24 cards in the drop pile. What on earth? Let's draw with this. It's a reasonably decent card. I do not have any reason to believe we're losing it all right now. Also, don't forget, we have Tories, so if this is the multi-attack, we take nothing. Pretty much. There's the corruptions. Seems fine. I think we're going to Funtown. Think. Upgrade the Seek. We ended up with the Seek Plus in hand. That's good stuff, man. $260 strength. $1,314 damage. Weird. Alright, well that was a turn. You know, good old Iron Wave. 12 block, 268 damage. Get him! That's what Iron Wave does. $1978. Good year. GG. GG.
1 down, 3 to go. What a satisfying bonk. Wait, 300 HP from Black Blood? This was a really good Black Blood. It felt like. GG. We were constantly healing our self-damage with it. We were able to sustain through a lot of different combats with it. It was almost always getting full use. GG. Spire sleeps. So... shall I? GG. What a wild and wacky run. 50. Count them, 50 cards. I mean, could it be anything else with Pocket Watch, Dead Branch, Strike Dummy? Unfortunately, we were never offered any curses for this Duvu doll. Although we didn't take very many events, so I guess I can't complain, right? I took 1 event in Act 2 and 2 in Act 3. GG. Crazy, crazy run. 50. But will that be the biggest of these? Next up, Silent is going to take a crack at it. Silent no skip is, I think, particularly challenging. Going to be curious how we manage to tie the deck together. Before we jump on into this run, I am going to take the first break of the day, refill those legs, stretch that water. When I return, we'll play some more Spire. Be right back, everybody. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Oof that pun, Snakebird. Oof. Oof, oof. So, the name of the game here is Silent Ascension 20, no skipping cards. Can we do it? A random rare would be a hilariously appropriate way to start us out, although, ooh, look at this interesting little option here. 4 events leading up to an elite. And then maybe, if we're really lucky, we can get a free Burning Elite after that, using the Niao's Lament start here. Boss Swap could be a very interesting option, too. But man, is that a tempting snipe. Would let us get a 3rd elite as well, plus our easy pool combats. So we're not missing our... Although we might even want to miss card rewards, right? We are playing no skip. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Niao's Lament, if it gives you a free elite, can be a genuinely good start to your run. Although I think it's more valuable on characters who aren't the Silence. I'm going to go ahead and take card draw, given that we're doing a no-skip challenge. The deck's going to end up real big. So making heavy use of Silence card draw is going to help us out quite a bit. Or we could lose that card immediately to gain a Relic from Ranwood. Honestly, I'm kind of about that. You know, I don't hate that. Bye! Molten Egg! First Relic Molten Egg. We have not taken any attacks yet. I have never gotten a boss snipe unseated, Oobla. This is amazing. Especially in a no-skip format, ensuring that we can add upgraded cards at almost, if not all of our card rewards. Gonna be good stuff. So do I then take the Sneaky Strike? Unfortunately, failed the double snipe already here. Is tragic, but we can still get a chance at the one snipe here. Of course, we could also double fail, which would be sad times. You know, the card that says plus is the one I'm going to click on here. I anticipate taking a lot of draw and discard. Singing Bowl! Well, I guess I got it in one click, so it feels alright. But Singing Bowl enables us to take max HP instead of cards. I'm going to rule for this challenge that this is a simple dead relic. Cannot use. Okay, and we do get at least the one elite. Plus Mercury Hourglass, leading to one of my favorite interactions ever. Got him. And now we get the Juzu Bracelet, which is still useful for enabling us to not have combats to deal with. An upgraded dash, you know, we might actually be in good enough shape between the Hourglass, the Dash Plus, the Sneaky Strike Plus, and the Flex Potion to take this Burning Elite anyway. Oh, and we get an upgrade too, which is going to be on Neutralize. Knowing that this is Naberlega, yeah, let's do that. My hope is that this is a metallicized Lagavulin, is what I'm going to say. Yeah, let's go with that. Close. It's a max HP Lagavulin. That's a bit spookier, since returns and all that. Just start with a Flex Potion now. Get plus 15 damage. We're not going to do much better than that. And this enemy has a lot of health, so we should trade where we can. Oh, look at that redraw! The dash and the neutralize. Beautiful.
Lucky. Very lucky. Ooh, this is also lucky. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Yet another spectacular relic, the Bottled Flame. Actually, you don't mind bottling Neutralize Plus with Ring of the Snake. That's fine. It's completely fine. We're Oxford Bouncing Flask, Slice Plus, Cloak and Dagger. I almost clicked on the 2 max HP. Like, just instinctually. Like, yeah, I want that. We're fighting Hexaghost, which really makes me want a Bouncing Flask, but is that too many 2-cost cards? Hey Maxim, the current challenge is no skip. So not allowed to skip any cards on this run, hoping to get a win with the Silent, the Defect, and the Watcher on a 20 under those conditions. Slice Plus is pretty good though. Bottled Slice Plus? I think I still prefer the Neutralize Plus. Not the worst card though. But what about Hexajerk? Only get to upgrade 1 card. Okay, you know what? I will take Bouncing Flask. Anawab, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Oobla. Getting Oobla in there for the Cozy Sub Club. We'll pick up the Letter Opener here. It's yet another damage relic. Love the combination of Letter Opener Hourglass, generally speaking. Letter Opener requires us to play 3 skills in 1 turn, which is difficult, but not impossible. We could do here, actually, if we wanted to. We'll do something along this line instead. Don't have to take 3 at the colorless card event, Max, but if however many we click to look at, we must take all of them. And you can't click 0, so you must take at least 1 colorless card from that event. But obviously I'm not forced to click on 3 options when it would kill me, of course. Since it does cost more HP for the later options. Kind of like the Sucker Punch Plus. A little bit more weak up time. We are going to want additional weaken cards in the deck. Flechette's is going to be a little unreliable. Because I think we're going to be putting a lot of upgraded attacks into this deck. I think Silent with lots of upgraded attacks does quite well, generally speaking. So knowing that card removal is not something I'm allowed to do at the shop, that's the other aspect of this challenge, no removing cards at stores. And I think generally speaking I'll choose non-removal options where possible. What does a shop offer us? It offers us a shop relic, 1 or more other relics, and some cards. I think that means it's going to be more valuable to delay our stores in this no-skip format. What about removal at events? Going to depend on the event. There is apparently at least 1 event where you literally cannot avoid removing a card, so at that event I must remove a card. That's the Bonfire Spirits event. And Falling, yes, Falling also requires a card removal. That's right. I don't think there's a way to glitch your way past Falling, right? Gremlin Wheel can also give you a removal. I'm not sure if you can glitch the interface to escape that one. But that might also be a forced removal, yeah. But in, say, Remove Transform Upgrade, I'm going to choose Transformer Upgrade. Excellent theory crafting by the audience, by the way, of events that must remove a card. You come across a dead adventurer on the floor. His pants have been stolen. Also looks as if he's been gouged or trampled by a horned beast. That tells us that this will be a gremlin knob in the event that the
monster should return. And with an attack potion, fear potion, we're in very good shape to fight a Gremlin Knob. This deck is going to do very well at that in general. So I'll click Find Loot. We actually just get a free Omamori. But I'm not going to leave it there, because this is also a fight that rewards quite a bit of cash, and I want that card, so we'll pick a fight with the Knob. How it be? Hourglass chipping in as well, of course. Math time. How much damage do we have next turn? Actually, Sneaky Strike and Strike would be the most. That's 24 plus 9. Plus the Hourglass is 3 more. So 36, that means we only need to do 10 more damage this turn. which means we're 1 short of a kill if I strike, Sneaky Strike, Strike, which means we have to Bouncing Flask. So I'll Bouncing Flask and Survivor. And we only take 2 for this fight. Hilarious. Alright. Well, 2 and the potion, of course, but we get notably 65 gold. Look at that. Normally, an Elite Combat can only give up to 35 gold. But this event specifically rewards an additional 30 gold if you didn't find it while you were rummaging through the Adventurer's lack of pants. Don't think about that too hard. We also get a potion and some pretty sweet card options, including a Riddle with Holes Plus and a Well-Laid Plans. You don't get a second relic. No, if you found the relic while you were searching the adventure, then you'll not get the relic when you kill the elite. You already found it, so to speak. I think a Masterful Stab fits in pretty well here. 16 for 0. Well-Laid Plans, of course, also hella useful, generally speaking. This might be my only chance at a Well-Laid Plans. Grab that. Our next elite could still be Gremlin Knob Note. When determining the elite that's at this node, the previous elite, and since you can't encounter the same elite twice in a row, the previous elite that we're comparing against is the Lagavulin that we fought in this room, not the Gremlin Knob from this event. So this could be another Gremlin Knob, which would be fine by me. You know, normally I would take the 5 max HP here, but that's genuinely tempting. Click on the box, and yeah, I must, surely. Surely I will, because I think I frequently get asked, maybe not frequently, but a question I haven't had a good answer to is, when do you click on the box option in this event? Generally speaking, my answer to you is never, because 5 max HP or 22 HP is much better than a relic and a curse at the same time. But if we can get the relic just for, well, not necessarily free, but almost free, well, that's just sweet. And the other thing I want is, like, 10 relics in Act 1. That's just juicy. So, give me that relic or a curse. It's a War Paint, upgrading 2 defense. Not exactly amazing, but that's alright. Shame it didn't hit the Bouncing Flask. You are filled with sadness, but mostly regret. You really craved that donut, looks like. See, even when you take this third option, the game tells you straight up, you should have taken the donut. Okay, this is a much better turn 1 against, and there is, in fact, the double Gremlin Knob I talked about. Do I Poison Potion to really secure this, or do I feel like I'll need that against Hexaghost? Don't have the Fear Potion like we did last time. Maybe I'll use the Attack Potion? Use the Attack Potion, maybe. Okay, so damage next turn is going to be Just Dash, but Just Dash is really good block, so we're fine with this taking a third turn. Survivor then blocks for a positive number. Actually, I should probably defend, even. Yeah. We take 3 from this knob, without using any potions. Easy peasy. That's the power of the Molten Egg in the early game. We score a Shuriken, further incentivizing us to take some attacks and play them. Although I'm probably going to pick a Piercing Whale. This Poison Stab is also exceedingly good. It's poison to stack on Hexaghost. It's a upgraded card because of Molten Egg, and it combos with the Shuriken since it's a 1-cost attack. I love that. Let's take that. Liquid Bronze. Probably better than a Poison Potion. Wait, I've done the math on this before. Hexaghost attacks you 6 times on turn 2, and then an additional 7 times before the Inferno arrives. So a Liquid Bronze will be 13 times 3, 39 damage. No, that's not right. Yeah, 39 damage. That is right. To Hexaghost over... You have, what, 9 turns before Inferno arrives? Whereas this is going to be 6 poison, since we have other poison to stack it with. 6 poison times 9 turns. 6 by 9 is 54 damage. That's better than 39. So against Hexaghost, the Poison Potion is more damage. Okay. There's a Dagger Spray Plus for some AoE, or we could take a Blade Dance for a guaranteed Shuriken proc. I think I'll take the Blade Dance. Yeah, exactly. Poison does decay at a rate of 1 per turn, but when you have multiple sources of poison, you're still only decaying at 1 per turn, so you can count that against the Poison Potion, but then if you try to evaluate the damage done by any of the other poison sources, you're going to come out ahead on that. Kind of like shuffling that penalty around from one card to the next, but ultimately, you're going to get more poison. That said, if I use the Poison Potion on turn 1, we do lose one of those points of poison. So what do I do about that? Do I just not use the Poison Potion here? Until the following turn? It's at least... Yes, we still come out ahead, actually, by waiting 1 turn. Now we'll use it. She should have played regular defend. Yeah. It's okay. So Feli says, you don't understand why the wait. By using the Poison Potion on turn 1, we deal 6 damage, but then lose 1 point of poison. So we deal 6 plus 5 plus 5, you know, etc. It's one less damage per turn over the duration of the fight, but the fight lasts more than 6 turns from this point. I consider this a 9-turn fight generally. That's when the Inferno arrives. So I'm sacrificing the 6 damage on turn 1 to gain 8 damage. 1 on each of the subsequent turns. I come out 2 points ahead. It's not much, but it is better. Math works in mysterious ways. You could spreadsheet it by mapping the damage Hexaghost takes each turn from poison. Using a turn 1 and using a turn 2. With the turn we actually killed on, though, we are, I think, behind 1 point of damage. Grand Finale Plus. Corpse Explosion feels like a perfect poison card, giving us an answer to AoE fights, as well as another poison stacker. First could be nice, especially with the well-laid plans in the deck, but we don't have a lot of skill targets for it. Take a corpse, please. Corpse explode. Ooh, that's scary. Normally, I think this would actually be a really good busted crown with the Singing Bowl. You could say the deck is, well, definitely not finished. So does that mean that I take a Philosopher's Stone? Giving enemies additional strength in order to gain energy. Honestly, I'm kind of okay with that, because this deck is really highly upgraded. We've got a lot of relic support, although half these relics do nothing. I am allowed to take Cage, but I generally don't think it's that useful here. We could cut 2 strikes, sure, and that would increase our draw consistency a little bit, but not that much. I think more energy will genuinely be more useful to us, so I'll take the Philo Stone here. I don't want to restrict my options at card rewards with the no-skip challenge. I think we'll take a bit of extra damage from the additional strength of enemies. There's the dreaded birds. But are they really a problem, though? You know? The answer is yes. Yes, they are. Oh, no, they're not. Ow. Slash plus. 12 damage and a card draw. Feels great with the Shuriken. Backflip's not bad either. But I think Quick Slash is one of the kind of attacks we want to be taking. Might as well lean into our Molten Egg quite a bit. Oh, hell yes. Also do Letter Opener. Perfect. All offense is the name of the game. Play dance, maybe? Or maybe it's now time for a backflip. I really prefer an upgraded backflip, but I'll take what I have to, I guess. Too much AoE? No such thing, especially not in a Collector Act. I think I'll take the backflip. Yes, D-Stealthy, I do think that I want to purposely take more events in this challenge, and we're staring a really good opportunity to take an event in the face here. We have both Juzu Bracelet and the Omamores, so almost all the really bad outcomes of Act 2 are negated, and this deck would super take bites. So we would really like to look at events here in Act 2. Plus the additional bonus of not having to take too many card rewards. So yeah, let's see what we get offered here. I'm very curious. The Old Mega, allowing us to pay money to remove a card.
You were offering it for free, I might take it, but heck no, sir. I want all my cash for the shop, thanks. Oh ho. I could lean further into events. Actually, I like this path quite a bit. Event, elite, event, event. I was considering going for 4 elites, but this does look a little bit spicy. Maybe I really do want to go this way. I would love to find bites. I really want this to be a bite stack. Can't quite buy both max HP relics. On a per HP scale, the Lee's Waffle is way better. It also gives, of course, the current heal. Also quite like the Pen Nib, doubling the damage of every 10th attack we play. We've got some good candidates for doubling in this deck. Be a big increase in our immediate output. I think increasing our relic count is definitely a strong way to advance this run. Let's do it. I add an acrobatics for only 26 gold. We have a sneaky strike plus that I'm struggling to activate. Yes, I do take that. Delicious. Choose a card to add to the deck with 20 options. I guarantee you there's something I want there. Like Terror, Piercing Wail, Leg Sweep, just to name a few. Terror seems particularly good, enabling us to make all of our attacks do 50% more damage. Second Sneaky Strike is a lot better with this... whatchamadoodle. With the acrobatics we just added. Do really want a... Man, we have a... well-laid plans for this Piercing Wail. I'm going to take the Piercing Wail. That's a really good block for this fight, whatever this fight is. On turn 1. So close. So close. Alright, in that case I am gonna dupe pot this Stagger Spray, I think. Full block like so. You're actually gonna do more damage next turn. I might not even be attacking next turn. Ideally we draw Corpse Explosion, but from here we can kill them all individually quite easily. 10 damage. It's 4. So close. I cannot let her open or kill the back one. I guess I could let her open or kill the front one, though. And it doesn't matter if I'm vulnerable next turn, since they'll both die anyway. Presumably. He thinks thou dost presume too much. Shoot. I guess. Take 10 for my hubris. Get a Happy Flower for some more energy, and we're offered some more poison cards. Another Bouncing Flask or an Envenom to apply poison to our attacks. That's kind of interesting. Rejix asks, which do I generally prefer, a Shiv or Poison? I'm more of a Poison man myself, but that just might be my old-fashionedness. Wasn't until recently that Shiv's got a big buff on the Silent. Flask is a great artifact remover. So is Envenom, though. Problem is the Envenom is 2 cost, which is big stinky, but you know what? I'll grab one. Stop. Trade our face to this creepy man. Could give us the serpent head, which would be bonus value from question mark rooms. That'd be nice. Of course, the bad face could make us weak on turn 1, which would be pretty stinky. Or we could just take a little bit of money. And going into this store here, that actually is an important threshold. That puts us at enough money to afford a shop relic. So I think I'll actually just take the guaranteed cash from Sir Face Trader Man. And rather than losing all of my health, I'll let the Omomori just save our butt here. Orichalcum, guaranteed block. Nice with Piercing Whale. I'll pick up an Orichalcum. In an attack-heavy deck, it's definitely nice to have some guaranteed block available. Neutralize. Good. Okay. You win this round, Pennib. Poison. Go like this. Piercing Whale, just in case we get attacked. Oh dear God. Oh! Okay, that's not too bad. This is what? 21 blocks, so we'll take a reasonable total. This would save 4. I can do better than 4. Thank goodness for Piercing Whale. You can see why I took this card now. Yeah, it's very good. Turn 1 against Slavers was very good here. Will continue to be good in our 3rd Elite fight, I'm sure. Oh, and that's one of the reasons I took Orichalcum. Being offered Wraith form gives us a few turns of intangibility, meaning we only need to block just a little bit, and that's what the Orichalcum will provide. Definitely going to take this Wraith form. I guess I will pick up the Mob Bank. It's only 12 gold if I go to the shop, but we also don't have to go to the shop, so that's what I'm going to do, is not go to the shop. Another example of where Orichalcum is super useful. Providing exactly what we needed. At exactly the right time. Guaranteed kill. Since we guaranteed get an off turn after 2 attacks from the Snake Plants. Get a new potion now. It's really tempting to click this button, but I know I'm not allowed. Other acrobatics. Somewhat reasonable. Prepared minus, less so. Alright, these guys again. Spooky. Sweet. Okay. Unfortunate to have to miss the Wraith form, but let's just take nothing, hey? Corpse Explosion is still in the draw pile. So that's going to be the plan. Actually, do I need to prevent Ulm right now? No. My hope is that we don't need to. Gotta lower his health below 49. Well, that's not good. Alright, yikes. There you are. The second strike is only going to be 4. Or no, 5. So 15. Yes, that'll kill this one, right? Yes. A little bit spooky. Pick up the bronze scales. I'm all about another backflip here. Bane's not bad either, genuinely. Oh, with Envenom too? Actually, this Bane does huge damage. Take that. Is it sleeping time? We're fighting Collector. No, it's upgrading Wraithform time. Excuse me. That's a must. Uh-oh. Okay. Very happy to have Wraithform upgraded for this fight. Let's just say that. I use it. I'm gonna go with a yes. Yes, I do. And I just win in 3 turns. Surely that is correct. Actually only needed 2. Maybe, probably. Keep stacking poison. Just keep stacking poison. And yeah, let's rest before Collector here. This does not feel like a comfortable amount of hit points. 46 is still kind of uncomfortable here. We don't know when we're gonna see the... Never mind, we got the LA plans. Well then, we're good. It'd be better if I paid attention to my pen nib, but I think we're still good. Super good. Continue to build shuriken procs where I can. Okay. Sneaky strike on the Collector itself. Corpse Explosion goes on you. You block. Hell yeah, 9 relics from Act 1. It was a pretty wild time. We got... I think we fought 4 regular elites, 1 for free with the Niao's Lament, and got a bonus elite from the Dead Adventure event, and
Found like a bonus chest in a question mark room. It was really wild. Gee. Back up to 2 potions. Second corpse explosion, an interesting approach to the problem. Bullet time's kind of interesting as well. Prevents us from drawing additional cards, but lets us play everything in hand, and with 4 base energy and some card draw. I actually really like this bullet time. If only we had some way to get these strikes and defense out of the deck. Yeah, let's take a bullet time. They can't both be shy. Oh, trust me, they can. And we're going up to 5 base energy here, with either a Sozu, preventing us from gaining potions, a Fusion Hamper, preventing us from upgrading at rest sites. I think that's fine. We still have to recall, and the deck is 31 cards, although the lack of upgrade on the well-laid plans is a little tragic. We got the Wraith form, that's what counts, I think. Or the Slaver's Collar, bonus during only bosses. We're probably not going to go to rest sites anyway, so let's take the Fusion Hammer. Then we'll avoid having to play with reduced energy during the early combats of the act. And we can focus on... Well, that's actually more rest sites than I thought we'd be going through. Guess I could go to this one. Still get access to this elite. Yeah, that's gotta be better, right? And we have the Maw Bank, so we benefit a little bit from delaying this first shop. Although we don't get any event rooms here. So it wouldn't really this way either. Okay, so not a lot of events this act. That's a bit sad. Unless... what? No unless. There's no way to go to a shop and also get events. So we'd either be gambling that we get an event room that is a store, or we'd be waiting to spend this money until Act 4. It'd be a lot of money. I could also upgrade all cards. Ooh. Okay. Let's trust in Juzu Bracelet. Bouncing Flask is so much more poison than Envenom is for most combats. Kind of unfair. More card draw. I mean, we have to take an attack here. Slice is also pretty good, contributing towards the Shuriken, but I think now that we're up to 5 energy, I really want this Predator. Take the Distilled Chaos for the deck spot. I guess I should have used that deck spot during the Collector fight. Oh, we do get to upgrade all. Do I want to, though? How many unupgraded cards do we actually have? All of these... 3 of these. Plans, both acrobatics, the backflip, the bullet time, the envenom, the corpse explosion, the piercing wail. Those are some pretty substantial upgrades. Downside, of course, that we can't heal, which is kind of what we would be doing at rest sites anyway with the fusion hammer. And enemies, of course, have additional strength. If we hadn't had the Molten Egg this whole run, I'd be more about this upgrade all. So a rare relic sounds pretty good then. There's lots of good ones to get. Yeah, so early in the act too, we'd have to carefully guard every single hit point we have, all the way through, you know, several dangerous elite fights. Let's fight the boss. Oh my. Yeah, we're gonna have some crazy, crazy turns. Now that bullet time is part of the picture. Oh, that split. Right, well, that's what you get. Alright, this is the easiest way to get the pen nib set up, so I'm just gonna leave it where it is. Get him, Hourglass. You got this. $14 more HP. That's pretty good. And I think we actually like Poison Stab more than we like Deadly Poison, partially because we have Envenom, partially because we have Shuriken. But I think they're the better card. I still want to spam events? Yes. Yes, we already missed our chance at the shop anyway. That's a very expensive red mask, no thank you. The Winding Halls. Don't want to ride. Could add 2 Madnesses, but Madnesses are better when you can redraw the card. We said we're not obligated to take event options that add cards. So we shall not. Rest in pieces. Bird with Holes looks a lot better thanks to Shuriken and maybe the Pen Nib, but I also like the Quick Slash. We want to be able to keep drawing cards. We'll fight this elite. The Giant Head. More like Giant Dead. Boom. Got him. Not sure if that was the best line. Chosen to go with. Here's bullet time. I'm actually pretty happy with the draw order of the Wraith form here. We can just naturally play it when we see it. Okay, Pen Nib is ready, so we go defend first. I'm playing all of these attacks, the Survivor has to go last. So then Bane, Strike, Strike, Survivor. A weird order that turn. Yikes. I'm gonna go ahead and say we Distilled Chaos now. Looking for the Wraith form. Got it. Good.
GG. Bag of preparation for 2 more cards on turn 1 is, dare I say, exceptional. Glass Knife Plus is also, as far as attacks go, quite exceptional, doing absolutely enormous damage. Hitting twice, so it scales with our Shuriken and our Envenom really well. Glorious. Add another one to the pile. If I want to go for 2 more elites, I have to rest 2 more times. Do I want to do that? Go like this way. Let's go this way. Also lets us add fewer cards, that's true. But then fewer things like potions. Less gold. And sometimes the cards are good, like Prepared Plus or a second Well-Aid Plans is a nice way to ensure that we see Well-Aid Plans before Wraith form, although it will make Awakened one pretty spooky. How are we going to deal with Awakened one? He's going to be tough. There's the Peace Pipe. Ha! Right. A couple people did call that. Overall, our block game has kind of gotten sad. Feels like. Oh, I dare. You dare. That was risky, actually. Sometimes you gotta gamble with the fates, though, you know? Goodness for Orichalcum. That's good. Prefer not being made vulnerable and weak. Generally speaking. Oh, I can retain 2 now. Did not parse that I had played both Well-Aid Plans separately there. Brain did not like that. Okay, I keep skipping these upgraded block cards I'm being offered, and I keep wishing that I had taken at least one of them, so I'm going to take this one. Dodge and Roll Plus sounds grand to me, and we're going to go this way. Alright, Repto is the second elite. It's a little spooky, but thankfully Corpse Explosion is here to help. We could even go Corpse Explosion, Glass Knife, Bouncing Flask to kill both daggers and poison Repto a bunch, but what if I did something different? Like, played a bunch of attacks for Shuriken value. Also, I note that we have a Pen Nib ready. So, hold on. No, much better to go Corpse Explosion, Quick Slash, Pen Nib, Glass Knife. Yeah, that's more like it. That's the better line. This one. You'll actually live, though. I have to neutralize you. Could also let it die to the... Take 4 and let it die to... the, Hourglass next turn. I guess I should have just used the Corpse Explosion on this one. We actually had the one damage I needed. Yeah, I should have just done that. Oh well, I'll take 4. Let the Hourglass do my dirty work for me. Actually, no, the Thorns get it. Not quite the Hourglass, then. It's like a pretty reasonable turn for Liquid Memories on the Piercing Whale, perhaps. Oh, that'll work too. That will work just fine. Pretty sad turn. Blood Vial! Here for a little bit more sustain. I think one more backflip is fine too. More card draw. Expertise could be decent card draw as well. I think less good with the late plans. Was that bullet timed? Strike, strike, defend, defend? That is pretty sad. Hell yeah, bullet time. Hell yeah, bullet time. Happiest bullet time ever. Wow. Ooh, I actually should have kept that strike. As a misplay. And then I could have gone strike, strike, dagger spray, bane with pen nib. Whoops. That's still a kill. We do 24 plus 24, 48 damage. Not quite enough, no. No, but I had a kill there. I should have taken it. I could save it with the Flex Potion. Probably gonna be healed anyway. This way then. It's only 8 damage. I guess I should have used the Flex Potion. It's alright. I will take a Prepared Plus, draw 2, discard 2. We do have... Is it just the one Sneaky Strike? Yes. Just the one Sneaky Strike, but it's got a lot of support now. And it also helps us get through the deck and activates our Letter Opener. Very useful against the Awakened one. In particular... I have enough money as is, thank you. And there's the shop. I was hoping we would get one. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Greetings, Mr. Shopkeeper. I would like to buy 1 spooky ghost intangibility form, please. Thank you for your incense burner. Thank you also for your additional copy of Piercing Whale. Do I take a... No, I don't take the Ninja Scroll, even though we do have Shuriken, because we're already drawing 9 cards on turn 1. This would cause us to draw 3 cards, 3 shivs instead of 2 of those turn 1 cards. By the way, this Juzu that we've had, it's only actually procced 2 times. Did it just flash? By the way, it's only gotten 2 activations, so I kind of doubt it that it is, that it worked there. But my understanding was that that wasn't possible. Unless there's some wonkiness like... It turned a combat into an event, but then it tried to generate an event, but couldn't, and then rerolled. Shouldn't be able to do that.
But my guess is if we look at the footage, it didn't actually proc in this room. Do I take that second sneaky strike? I feel like I have enough damage. I feel like we're good. Full HP going into the Awakened one. I do expect this fight to be a bit of a bother. Although this turn 1 looks fantastic. Dang. Wow, what a turn. Could not ask for a better turn 1. Really could not. Turn 2, less great. Why not funnel in that shot for 4 poison on turn 1 against all enemies? It's a decent purchase there. Didn't feel like it would be all that worth it. But I guess it could have been pretty decent. Just gonna eat the damage. Okay, sweet. This is partially a game of surviving until we can get our, I guess, our well-laid plans in hand, in play. At which point the bird is actually only going to get angrier with us, so we should be concerned. Not playing Wraithform next turn, so let's not hold on to it. Well, I'm definitely playing one of these this turn. I'd like to use the other one to do the so-called Piercing Wail trick, where you reset the Awakened one's strength by playing a Piercing Wail on the turn it dies. Intangible this turn, so we can cash in on some damage, ideally. Demarant, thank you so much for 2 full years of support. Hey yo, to you too. That actually. I think this works better though. Yeah, because now we can Shuriken proc in addition to killing. Oh, no I can't. The Predator kills. Both the Predator and the Poison Stab kill. I'm gonna play the Predator though. To keep the backflip, I guess. Lining up Burner for this turn might have been an idea. It's all good. Honestly, this fight has been quite a bit easier than I was worried it might be. So as long as we come out of this with more than 30 HP, I think we're fine.
should be able to play this now or soon to now. Not now. Not yet. Ideally, we also do some amount of setting up Incense Burner for the next fight. Want to kill next turn, ideally with only one attack. Played. Better get a letter opener activation then. Yeah, poor Singing Bowl. Hasn't done a thing. Okay, we're up against Time Eater here. And we've got a hell of a turn one. Good. Not the greatest pen nib in the world, though. Problem is, if I just play the Acro, I'll only draw 2 cards, so we should play a card first, and I really want it to be neutralized, unfortunately. So I can play another card, draw a card, like this backflip. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Okay, now we get to play all of this. There are 10 cards in hand, I get to play 9 of them, so 1 card gets left out. I wonder which one it's going to be. Great turn 1. Absolutely fantastic turn 1. Beautiful. Only 3 cards on this next turn, but we're below half HP, so maybe just whatever I want them to be. Let's reset the strength again. Okay, it's fairly important that we end with the Incense Burner on 4. To avoid a miserable time against the Spire Spear and Spire Shield. Probably have to play the Wraith form next turn. We'll see. It means we'll have to survive 1 turn without. gotta be careful here. About the timing of the kill. And how we plan to block that final turn. So 3 turns. And if I have to be, and being intangible turn 3 of Spire, Spear, Spire, Shield isn't the worst thing in the world. It's next turn. Nice. Okay. Perfect. Thank you for cooperating, Time Eater. Why not attacking me on this turn? Incense Burner is now on 4, and we can happily move on with our life. After I set up Pendant. To thump, a deep pulsing dread we felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? Source of this 90s kid. Yeah, we do have 2 well-laid plans now. To increase the likelihood that we get to play one of them before we see the Wraith form. Speaking of... I can Dolly's mirror a card, duplicating any one card. I feel like duplicating Wraith form has got to be the play. Surely. Could also take Pantograph. Sadistic Nature could be quite a bit of bonus damage. Yet another Sneaky Strike. Some decent potions. Cultist Potions, pretty good damage against Heart. Better than Flexpot, although Flexpot will be better against Spire, Spear, and Spire Shield. Liquid Memories is pretty damn potent, too. Definitely going to duplicate the Wraith form. Don't have enough for the White Beast statue, but do have enough for the Sadistic Nature. Purity could be interesting here, too, letting me exhaust a few cards, although I don't expect we'll be cycling that hard. Oh, we have Envenom? Yeah, let's go Sadistic Nature, because this is going to add 5 damage to every single hit. So it's kind of like having 5 points of strength. Yeah. Let's take that. Alright, I'm feeling good going into these last couple of combats, although, of course, there is risk with the draw order here. Since, you know, 42 cards means they can be in a lot of different orders. This is an exceptional draw for turn 1 here. We drew both the Bouncing Flask and the Corpse Explosion, allowing us to remove Artifact and set somebody up to explode. We additionally are intangible next turn. And we didn't get attacked turn 1 by the Spire Shield, so we get to negate an awful lot of damage for free here. Works for me. Oh, right. Wrong order there. Dang it. Oops. Shouldn't matter too much either way. Mystique. Then we do Envenom, Corpse Explosion. We'll take exactly 0 thanks to Orichalcum.
get to hold on to the Wraith form. Just explode you. Get him, sadistic nature. Note that Poison Stab with Envenom is 2 sadistic nature procs. Burner on 3 is fine, maybe not quite ideal, but definitely fine for heart. Maybe should have set that to 4. It's all good. Get 1 more point of strength with the Vajra, as well as 1 more Poison Stab, or another Backflip, or a Blade Dance. But I actually quite like 1 last Poison Stab plus. How many of those do we have? 1, 2, 3. Collector bonus, get. Let's go. Let us go. Very nice. I think we'll go ahead and use the Flex Potion turn 1 here with this Pen Nib. Do I play this Bouncing Flask, or do I opt for Quick Slash, Sucker Punch, Poison Stab? Still get the Shuriken proc if I go Bouncing Flask, Poison Stab. This way. Maybe even could have Liquid Memories to the Bouncing Flask there. Alright, do we make any attempt whatsoever at conventional blocking? I'm gonna go with no. Let's just say no. And then damage really is the big thing, so Liquid Memories on Bouncing Flask actually sounds pretty good right now. Should have did this last turn. Incense Burner stacks with the existing Hullabaloo. Hey there, Azolf. "21 cards still in the draw pile. Like you do. Here's Sadistic Nature. Guess I'll just use the bullet time to get this Wraith form played. Not like I mind the dex loss at this point, right? It's fine, you got hit points to spare. Piercing Mail wouldn't have worked there because of the artifact charge on the heart.
30 times 2. Each year, Mr. Hart. Each year. Not too bad. Early Molten Egg really contributed to this one. Really cool run. GG. GG. And we make it all 4 in a row. Oh good, we finally unlocked the beta art for the Silent. Wonderful. Really excited to see what Defect No Skip ends up looking like here. Defect does have a lot of card draw tools that they can use. But GG, the attack spam really worked out well for us there. Especially once we got the Shuriken and the Pen Nib online, we were able to just dispatch so many combats so quickly, right? Like 3 shapes died on turn 1, Orb Walker dies in 3 turns. 3 turns for Spire growth, that's a pretty tough enemy, 170-ish hit points. Maintaining this kind of damage output is tough, especially when we're not allowed to skip any cards, and with all 5 strikes and defends in the deck, no less, really didn't feel like it that much because of how much card draw we had, and how many relics we had. Next up, the Defect, but first I'm going to take another quick break, refill my water, stretch my legs. When I return, there'll be more Spire action. Don't go nowhere, everybody. I'll be right back.
Alrighty, everybody, we have returned. Very much so returned. No skip Ascension 20 defect. Let's go. Let's go. Interesting opportunity for a colorless card start. Although I think that'll be a lot less impactful with a big set of cards. How do our elite options look? Might go for a boss swap here. If it wasn't for a curse, I guess we could remove it. I'm not allowed to remove its shops, no. No. Hey, Unzellen, yes, we did successfully no-skip with first try with Silent and Ironclad. Ironclad ended up with a 50-card deck that was just Dead Branch Corruption, but also other cards. Double Corruption, double Barricade in 50 cards, notably. That was fun. Ah, heck, I'll take a colorless card start. Well, actually, Panacea is crazy good on defect. There's quite a few interesting little interactions you can have there, including with bias cognition, but Mind Blast is very fitting, right? Damage equal to the number of cards in your draw pile on turn 1. I'm sure this Panacea will be better, but let's try first picking a Mind Blast. I've never done that on an A20 run. Will it be good? Probably not, but I have to know. Mind Blast notably upgrades to be only 1 cost, which makes it a lot more reasonable than 2 cost for what it does. Start out here. 50 card deck and bag of marbles, that's what I'm hoping for. It's 7 damage on turn 1. That's like almost a number. Okay, somebody dies when I dual cast. Was you... I think that was actually supposed to be strike, strike, dual cast, and then I took 0 guaranteed. Yes, it was. Whoops. Hit a perfect there. A stack could also be pretty hype, scaling with the number of cards in the deck. But I think I'll grab a Go for the Eyes for the early game here. Sometimes the Mind Blast is useful. It's because I don't have any other offense to draw. Hologram is excellent for getting a card back from the discard pile. Great with the Go for the Eyes, notably. Turbo could be nice energy generation, notably if there are tons and tons of cards in the deck, we are less likely to redraw that Void. And it'll take more turns on average for us to redraw the Void. But I'm going to grab a Holo here, notably not having to upgrade it basically ever. Construction of 401. Thank you so much for the 401 months of support. Well, before, rather, I guess. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. Cultist Pots, good stuff. Ball Lightning, also good stuff. I think a Darkness and a Fusion, all 3 of these orb generating cards, pretty interesting. Lightning, Dark, or Plasma. Get free damage attached with the Lightning Orb, so that's probably going to be a Lightning take for me. When do you want Fusion? In a deck where you have good orb manipulation, and if you've got good card draw. Good with Compile Rubbers, and can be pretty good with Fission, too. Be also part of an infinite combo, potentially, which Defect is surprisingly good at. We did say transforms are allowed. It's not actually skipping a card, we're just turning a strike into something else. What else? Doom and Gloom else. Much better than a strike. 10 damage to all enemies. Channel a dark. Do I feel capable of fighting an elite? If we upgrade Doom and Gloom, hell yes. We don't get to block for very long in this fight, so I think we play 1 defend on this turn, and that's it. For block cards. Just trying to get a kill next turn. Or next turn. I guess more accurately. 20 day. Yeah, we're good. If I'd played the second defend on turn 1, we wouldn't have the kill here. So we would have paid 10 HP for the 5 that we reserved. So I played exactly the correct number of defends, always feels good. Really like a charged battery here. Of course, Cool-Headed offers card draw, that's good too. And giving us our final orb type, so to speak. Go for the eyes is an option too. Number 2 is not a bad thing, especially again with a hologram. Take the charged battery. Some front-loaded block, and the next turn energy is also a good thing. And I'm going to upgrade Doom and Gloom for the big damage up. Probably expecting to use this Cultist Potion here, almost no matter who this is. But especially if it's this boy. Because then we have 2 turns to just say, Caca. Do I hollow that charge battery to do it again? I think so. No. Alright, well, not worth. But at least we didn't bottom draw the Doom and Gloom. Okay, is this 9 damage? Probably. Also gets the Dark Orb closer to the front, so that's valuable too. Doesn't quite get it there, though. Bit of a harrowing elite fight, but we do make it through. Picking up a meal ticket for heals at stores. Not sure if that's going to happen. Multicast with Dark Orbs sure is a thing. I also really like the Steam Barrier for just being immediate zero-cost block. Do not really want to streamline. It's a card that depends on being played multiple times, and with a large deck of cards, that's not going to happen much. Multicast is particularly good with Dark Orbs, but with a big deck, how is the consistency going to be? Not sure. It's going to be great. Let's take a Steam Barrier. Basically the same thing as a Good Instincts. Am I allowed to upgrade here? If I plan to go Combat, Elite, Combat, Combat? Upgrade's not even that good, right? I guess on Mind Blast would be a really good upgrade, but we don't need that yet. I'll take the rest. Sundial. Every 3 times we shuffle the deck, that might happen once per act. So I'm going to go ahead and say, no, thank you. Okay, neither will be attacking me next turn. I can just block again. Bring him below 14. Easy. potion here. Beam Cell goes pretty well with the attack cards we have and the hologram. Overclock also worth thinking about. It's front-loaded card draw, zero-cost draw cards with a disadvantage of putting a status in the discard pile. But the larger the deck becomes, the less frequently we'll redraw that status too. If we see an upgraded Overclock later, I'll definitely take it, but I don't think I want this one. It's a little too early. And... yeah. 13 damage! That's the wrong number of damage. What you see. That is absolutely the wrong number of damage. Do I just Gambler's Brew for the Doom and Gloom? Feels like the simplest solution to my problem here. That's what I'm gonna do. Help! No! Oof. We're taking a minimum of 15 damage. Wow. What a nasty fight. Double sneaky. Scary stuff, man. Whoa. I could strike Ball Lightning Charge Battery and pray. That's the other option. Maybe it was even correct to kill the fat gremlin in the back there. Wow, just devastating. Just devastating. Decent potion, too. Rebound's quite nice for putting something back on top. Cold Snap, pretty reasonable, too. I'm still fighting that elite. I'll take the Cold Snap. It's a knob. Oof. Take that outcome. One in 6 that we bottom draw that. I think I'll just take the 2 more damage this turn and guarantee a kill. However, we never need to bottom deck Doom and Gloom again because Symbiotic Virus is here to just give us a free Dark Orb at the start of combat. And I really both love a Self-Repair for some ongoing sustain, great card even without an upgrade, or the Defrag to give us our first taste of Forbidden Focus. Self-Repair notably 14 HP for Slime Boss, which could make all the difference there. Realistically, if I take Defrag, I don't get to upgrade it before the Slime Boss. I'll take the Self-Repair then. You must stop your assault. Oh, hey. We can pretend Mind Blast was good here, but realistically, strikes are good here too. Maybe I didn't want to be vulnerable here. Nope, that worked out well. Potion Bias Cognition. Alright, well that I'll take. Unfortunately, we get our self-repair down, and also, unfortunately, we did not take Panacea at the start of the game, because we thought for some reason Mind Blast would be a good idea. Oops. This isn't looking a lot better. Again, 1 damage short here of Mind Blast being decent.
Although, again, the Mind Blast upgrade would have been pretty good. Need blasters. Take the 5 HP off that potion there. We're decently likely to get a new one. Did not think this all the way through. You and me, Laos. Let's go. Good potion, too. Aggregate has to be useful. So is Sunder, though. I think against Slime Boss, particularly. Sunder Plus? Ooh, Sunder Plus. Could also upgrade the Bias Cog or the Beam Cell. Little sketchy going to Slime Boss with 23 HP, but I think we can get away with it thanks to Symbiotic Virus here. And yeah, I'll upgrade the Sunder. Aggregate's pretty spicy, too. Alright, hopefully this doesn't result in my immediate death. Been pretty good here. 10 plus 8. Right. It's too much damage. It's too much damage. Guess we could have actually optimized that by not playing the beam cell there. It's cool by me, though. Some really beefy Dark Orbs to dual cast next turn. It's Explosive Potion for the moment. Yes, there's Hologram. Good. So, if you've got multiple enemies of equal HP, then Dark Orb will target the front one. The frontmost one. Alright, I'll use this now. GG. Aha, we can take a Core Surge to go with the Bias Cognition that we have. We could instead have taken a second Bias Cognition to go with upgraded Panacea. The indignity of it all. Man, that Panacea would have been so good. However, it's still a completely takeable Core Surge. I'll take it. 11 damage, 1 artifact. We're also offered some very interesting options here with this much focus generation. Very tempting to take the inserter for more orb slot generation. Or we could instead opt to start with 3 orbs. 1 lightning, 1 dark, 1 plasma. Taking the nuclear battery here. Kind of interesting. Actually really like the battery here. There's a couple beta arts that I like, Z Snowman. Generally speaking, I prefer to stick with the vanilla art of the game. Makes it more visually parsable to me. I'm very much used to the standard card arts.
And I find it really confusing to try to, like, peripherally understand what a card is by looking at it. It's also confusing to viewers when the arts don't match what they're used to. I think also on this save account, there's something weird with the beta art. Oh, these ones have beta arts. Yeah. Don't have enough orb generation. Mostly worried about this on 3 energy, really. Okay, I'll take the battery. Take that battery. No way in hell I'm going to fight that elite, but I have been really enjoying cashing in on shops in early Act 2. With lots of cash. Bonus points for healing off the meal ticket here, too, since we're about to lose all of our HP to this jerk. At least I won't be made frail. It's a good time for the Dex potion. Go ahead and use it. I'll have an extra energy next turn anyway. So let's just take the Frost Orb then. Self-repair's here to keep us topped up as well. Alright, Compile Driver has to be good with this set, right? We start with 3 different orbs. So Compile Driver turn 1 actually draws 3 cards, and we can probably maintain that status throughout most combats. That's incredibly good. That's about as good as this card ever gets. Which class benefits the most from upgrading starter cards? Watcher. Definitely Watcher. If I misclick and skip, well, I can still go back and click it again, as long as I don't go to the next floor. I'm gonna try not to do that, though, you know? Purple Fire Spirits. Okay, this is... we actually talked about this. This is one of the exceptions to the rule, because you are not allowed to not give a card up here. You must remove a card. Thinking Mind Blast, gonna be honest with everybody. But I suppose we could also lose a strike. Don't want to give up Steam Barrier. Would rather give a Defend up than Steam Barrier. Defend is a reasonable choice, too. The Mind Blast heals us to full, although we're about to heal up to 69. Oh, we're going to have 69 health? Alright. Nice. Oh, the Dead Branch. The Dead Branch is here. Data Disk is also here. Data Disk is good stuff. Starting to make me wish that I had taken the inserter. I think Reinforced Body is a great block card. I think Block Potion's a great block card. Strange Spoon could allow us to keep cards that exhaust, which is currently just Core Surge. Although with Hologram, that can still be a useful thing. I think we're gonna go... This is actually quite potent. I don't trust it. Got another Compeller. Oh, great question, Alpaca. So, what if you have relics that make you start combat with more orbs than you have orb slots? It's not possible to achieve this in normal play, as there are only 3 orb-generating relics. We have all of them: the Crack Core, the Symbiotic Virus, and the Nuclear Battery. In order to have your orbs overflow, you would then need to have fewer than 3 orb slots. But these are defect exclusive relics, and the defect always has at least 3 orb slots, so this can never occur. You could make this happen with the console, though, by giving the Prismatic Shard to one of the other characters, and then assigning them then these 3 relics, and I believe they would then evoke on turn 1. In the order that they are in your relic bar, so Orb Slot 1, Orb Slot 2, Orb Slot 3, or rather than evoke, evoke, this is your last orb. Mind Blast? Alright, I'll buy a card. Let's do it. Let's do it. 4. You here. Should have killed one of the ones that was attacking me there. Could have saved 6. Could I really? Doesn't matter. Looking to get self-repair down. We could have, of course, dual cast to win, but we need to play this. Actually, I like more orb generation now. We've got some natural focus, and the compilers genuinely want random orbs to be generated. Wasn't a bad whatchamadoodle either. Overclock. Bonk. I do want to draw self-repair? That's right. So far, this is working shockingly well. How's the Mind Blast been? Not great, but we are going to upgrade it, I think immediately, actually. I'm just going to do it. Second self-repair is interesting. That's going to be problematic in the late game, though. Really wary of that against, say, Awakened One. Or Time Eater. Frost and Lightning generation. Let's grab one more Darkness generator so we can keep the compilers drawing effectively. Let's upgrade Mind Blast. Behold. It did something? Question mark? Question mark. This will block weakness. Put it this way. Or no, frail. Oh.
That's nice. It might be time to leave. Obviously we would play self-repair first, and then we actually heal the 7 when we smoke bomb, too. But otherwise, we're taking 19 damage to get the rewards from this combat. I'm out of here. Fighting an elite immediately? Questionable choice. Take some more combats. Oh, nice. Uh-oh. Oh, so close to a kill, too. Oh well, we'll get 7 of these HP back. And 5 max HP, as well as either an Equilibrium, which I really like, or a Go for the Eyes Plus. Both pretty spicy. I think Smoke Bomb needs a tweak. Smoke Bomb is a very unusual... I'm glad Smoke Bomb exists. It's a very unusual item. It is oftentimes something that you don't want to use. But it's got a special role in speedruns. There's some very interesting and unique glitches involving the Smoke Bomb. And it presents some genuinely interesting decision-making at times. Plus it's a rare potion, so you see them much less frequently than most other potion types, so... I'm quite happy with the Smoke Bomb as a thing in Spire. Plus, the animation's great. Did you know if you drink 2 of them, your character will flee off the right side of the screen? If you drink them in quick succession, you'll go one direction then the other, and zoom off towards the enemies. For that reason alone, you gotta respect the Smoke Bomb. And I really want this EQ, but I feel like I gotta take the card that says plus on it. Definitely happy with the Duvo doll. The point of strength will make us much more damaging in these remaining fights. Mind Blast starting to put in work. Genuinely. Oh, that does an exact kill? Alright, well, this actually... I'm gonna skip. This isn't a dangerous enough fight. I'm gonna skip that, that self-repair. The Mind Blast. You heard me. Perfect. Yeah. I'm gonna go with Mind Blast was good there. It was so good that I chose not to play Self-Repair, and I'm pretty sure we came out with more hit points than we would have if I had chosen to play that Self-Repair. Chaos Plus. Yes, please. 2 random orbs. Let's go. That can regenerate our Plasma Orb for us. Oh, good question. I'm 90% sure that if you kill Spire Spear and drink it, you'll flee right through Spire Shield. I don't think it'll adjust. This looks very painful. Just fight in general looks extremely problematic for us. pretty much have to dual cast here. So close to a kill. Can't hologram enough to evoke this orb, though. So I guess we'll hologram some block up. Try to kill next turn. Or block next turn. Be easier said than done. Looks like we have the kill. Okay, we're alive. We're alive. Broadster, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Love to see an Entropic Brew here. Oddly Smooth Stone making all of our blocks block for more, which makes another unupgraded hologram a little bit more appealing too. 4 block over 3. Multicast can definitely be very powerful in this deck, however. Between the Plasma Orb and the Dark Orb, if we had the Nuclear Battery first and then the Symbiotic Virus, I'd be more about this. I'd also be more about it if I had a second hologram, but let's take a second hologram. Capacitor was also, of course, very nice there for more orb slots. Let's see. Finally upgrade my Biased. More focus is definitely more better. And we should probably drink these potions, although we'll see what our turn 1 looks like. 26 damage, hey? Not too shabby. Too shabby. Alright, I am gonna see what's inside this. Okay. Some potions you have to use kind of at the start of a combat, so we just wait to use our potions. You could have a bad time when it's too late already and we've revealed that there's a power potion inside or something like that. 15 cards in the draw pile. Well, guess what? That's actually perfect for Mind Blast. Get him. Good job, Mind Blast. I think given the amount of hit points on leader, I'm just going to play the Bias Cognition here. No, I'll get the self-repair down, actually. Well, that's a bit spooky. Definitely should have played the Bias, then the Shield Gremlin would have died. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna just kill you and draw 3. Okay. Not the greatest, unfortunately. Can't get a kill here. Ouch. Brings you in Sunder range. Still not a guaranteed kill, though. Uh-oh. 18 plus 7 is 22. Okay, that's a kill. Then the Dark Orb hits the leader. Barely. Hologram Plus! Get in here. Focus Potion also pretty excellent. Don't feel like we need a Liquid Bronze. Current health situation is a little bit sketchy, but we should have enough at least to get through this fight. Easy peasy like. And I'll probably rest before the automaton. This feels reasonable. Bonk. Too many holograms. Loop is pretty good. Some additional orb slots to go with our focus. Loop can be a looped Dark Orb, it can be a looped Frost for block, and we can get it upgraded. Well, can we though? Do we dare? Do I dare upgrade this loop and fight Bronze Automaton? I think that's a very, very brave choice. I don't think that's a good idea. I'll still take it though. Unfortunately, Cinder does more damage than Mind Blast. We don't play that Mind Blast. Okay, you're taking my bias cog, so we'll focus on you next. Ouch. Leave the orbs as they are for the moment. Let's see here. Charged battery would actually be enough. That's a really awkward draw. Dang. Oh, Cinder would have been a reasonable grab, too. I do want to get the loop in play here, don't I? I was thinking we block like this. This hasn't gone very well at all. Still have an artifact layer on. Oh, I don't think we made it. I don't think we got there. Mind Blast just doesn't cut it. GG. GG. Noted that with the had we taken the Panacea at the start of the run, that would have been a very, very cool run. We tried, but we died. I tried, but we died. That's alright, we'll go again with the Watcher. Real quick like though, I am starving, so I'm gonna grab a quick snack. And then we'll do another run. Be right back, everyone.
Alright, everybody, we are back. I think way better now that I've got some peanut butter in me. Delicious. Alright, a no-skip attempt with the purple lady. We do anything we want as long as it's not skipping a card. Very interested by the opportunity to lose 6 max HP to transform 2 of our starter cards. It's one of the only kind of starter card mitigation that we're allowed here. Peanut butter is a solution to a lot more problems than one would ever imagine. George Washington Carver knew it was up. I think I will take the Transform 2 here for 6 max. We will transform 2 defends as the Watcher wants to keep her offensive potential here in the early game, and we get 2 2-cost attacks, a Reach Heaven and a Wheel Kick, which definitely puts us into the extremely high damage output range. And equipping us well for our first elite, truly. Thanks to the starting miracle, we are technically allowed to play them both on the same turn as well. Tragically, Eruption then Reach Heaven only does 29 damage, but Eruption and 2 strikes does do 33. So we have exactly a kill there. We do have to take a card at every card reward, and I think cards like Crescendo and the other one, Tranquility, are going to be quite useful with their retaining a stance entry. That said, one of the best ways to deal with a massive deck of cards as Watcher is Scry, letting us look at the top however many cards of the draw pile, discarding 1 or more, or none. Keeping the rest as they are. Bonk. Liking Crescendo more now. I think Retain in general will be quite useful. Let's grab a Crescendo. Crescendo says Retain, enter Wrath, so we get to hold on to a Wrath entry until we need it. The fact that it exhausts isn't so bad. With a 50-card deck, it's, you know, well, that's what we're headed towards. It's not like we're going to be able to redraw it anyway. Another Retain card, Windmill Strike, is an interesting option. Powering up each turn it's retained, then delivering that damage all at once. Empty Fist as a stance exit, also completely reasonable here. We're fighting Hexaghost? Kinda makes me want the Windmill Strike. Is Windmill Strike a Dark Orb? Kind of. Let's actually grab the exit. Take this Empty Fist. And let's go for an event now. Maybe going for this elite, but I think more realistically going... Well, upgrades aren't as important now, are they? Oh dear. It's a very spicy question mark room. Wouldn't you say? Through Violence, Wheel Kick is 1 damage short. That's not, though. More Scry, especially Power Scry. Love, love, love Foresight here. 3 cards looked at per turn is fabulous. And this will be a very good upgrade to get, too. Since it'll then become 1 more Scry, making it properly 4-sight. If you don't upgrade it, it's actually 3-sight, not 4-sight. More Scry. Definitely liking where this is headed. Okay, let's get a couple of upgrades. I definitely think upgrading Foresight is a fairly spectacular assistance to this run. Though it is a turn 1 dead draw, as many cards are. Maybe just wanted to take the 1 there, huh? Ah, what does it matter? I don't want to take the 1 there. Another chance at Windmill Strike here. Or more card draw with another Wheel Kick. That's right, we're currently using UI sliders to move the draw discard pile, slay the relics, and relic stats. It's basic stuff. I'll take that Windmill. Do I upgrade Windmill Strike? That's crazy. No, I'd rather upgrade Crescendo. I think I'd rather upgrade Crescendo. Make this into a 0-cost card. And then I'm going to go for these 2 elites. Although taking the Burning Elite and the additional upgrades, also a meritorious idea. Love a Teardrop Locket here, starting us out in Calm Stance. I'm going to go for the 2 elites. Maybe should have noticed that and gone for this elite. Gone this way. Probably, yeah. Oh well. Feel the need to power pot for this fight. I don't think so. I think we're very strong here. Let's see. Okay, I'll use the liquid memories then to do this. $9 gold whenever we add a card to the deck is just going to be 9 gold per floor, basically. That's pretty cool. In a no-skip challenge, the Ceramic Fish, especially this early, is genuinely useful. And having already a Crescendo and an Empty Fist, I'm pretty happy with a Fear No Evil as another source of entering Calm Stance. We've got a lot of stance control now, plus Scry to ensure we can draw the right cards on the right turn. Give this deck a Rush Down and a Mental Fortress, and we can really make some stuff happen. I will happily take the Maw Bank. We're actually fighting Hexagos, so you know what I'm going to do is just take the flat 21 damage here. I think we're strong enough, and we don't need those hit points for the rest of this act. Hopefully I don't eat those words. Nah, I don't think we're going to do that. I don't think we're going to do that at all. Napalm Shimmer, thank you so much for the 7 months. Thanks for your viewership. Life is good. I just want the Windmill Strike to have another turn, basically. Okay, mostly just want to draw to the through violence. There it is. How's that for a wake-up turn? You pick up a Gremlin Horn, giving us a card draw and energy whenever something dies. That's very excellent here. And there's Establishment. We are offered one. Whenever a card is retained, make it cost less. Shame that I upgraded the Crescendo, I guess. Foolish, foolish. I guess that currently means that only the Windmill Strike will be made cheaper. And I should perhaps be more interested in the second copy of Fear No Evil. But I could see us taking quite a few retain cards from here. No prob, Colossal Idiot. There's two main stances that you'll interact with. There's only three in total. Calm, which is blue, Wrath, which is red, and Divinity, which is purple. Calm stance doesn't have any active effect, but is instead kind of like storing energy for later. When you leave Calm stance, you'll gain 2 energy. Then Wrath and Divinity are both damage stances. Wrath is double damage, both for you and for enemies, whereas Divinity stance gives you triple damage and 3 energy immediately with no downside, but it only lasts for 1 turn. Watcher play is often then all about stancing, so to speak, controlling which stance you're in, entering Calm stance to avoid doubled enemy damage, and storing energy for your Wrath turns, where you'll look to do a lot of damage with your doubled cards. Often either finishing the fight with your Wrath entry, or having a way to leave the Wrath before the enemy's attack. Two for renewables can be a little awkward. I'm going to take another one, though. I'm going to skip this establishment for now. Gremlin Horn, hell yeah. Good job, Gremlin Horn. Conclude, big damage, but ends the turn. Kinda like that. Halt is good. Block if in Wrath stance or Empty Body. Another stance exit. I actually quite like this with now our 2 sources of Calm entry. So I'm going to take the Empty Body here over the Conclude. I feel like we've got damage sorted. And you know what? I'll even take this money, because I'm greedy. Greedy, greedy, greedy. Or Hexaghost, maybe I do want to upgrade Windmill Strike, just to be sure that we can beat this boss. This would be the best card to upgrade. Otherwise, we could upgrade Eruption to be cheaper, Vigilance to get more block, plus damage on Wheel Kick or Reach Heaven could be good too. Might even be correct to just upgrade one of the Cut-Through Fates. A little bit more immediate damage, and one more Scry is always great too. Yeah, let's do that. I'll use the Power Potion at the start of this combat as a concession to our low HP. Devotion's pretty spicy. This fight is definitely long enough for that to turn out to be a guaranteed Divinity turn. Devaform, not terrible either. Well, let's take the Devotion. Dylan's next turn is perfect. And we'll cash in on a Through Violence. Since we know we have a Divinity turn coming, this will be a guaranteed 60 damage on that turn. Same for our Windmill Strike, if we ever draw it. Hello. Hello. There it is. I want to empty body first. I do. It means they lose out on 8 damage. That's weird. But otherwise I would have left calm and then at times. Right, well that's a thing. Actually didn't really look at my block density before going into this fight, but we have the Swift Potion, so we'll be okay. Spooky. At least I hope we'll be okay. It's actually possible to brick here. Oh. Technically still alive. The best kind of alive. This is what, 1 HP? Cool. Works for me. No, 2 HP, excuse me. Fear no evil, eruption, vigilance. And then we kill. Shame we had to use the Swift Potion too. But not shame that we get offered a vault. Take an extra turn. Don't mind if I do. That activates Foresight again. That scales the Windmill Strike up by 4 damage if it's in our hand. And as we get other end of turn effects or relics, it'll become even better. Would I take a Prayer Wheel on this challenge? Yes, we even did so on the Ironclad run and still won. And boy am I happy to see a Snecko Eye here. This deck is full of high-cost cards. Shame about this Crescendo. But love it with a Wheel Kick, love it with a Vault. Other option is 3 Miracles instead of 1. Or the Slaver's Collar. Slaver's Collar would put us in trouble pretty quickly into Act 2. But I think a Snecko Eye is excellent here. More card draw lets us get through the deck more quickly. And now that we have a very powerful 3-cost card, I think a Snecko Eye is doubly fantastic. I'll take it. That's 2 more card draw each turn, but random card costs. A powerful upside for a powerful downside. But is it really a downside? Maybe not. To the shop I will go, first and foremost. And then we could fight a lot of elites, maybe? Only if you really felt comfortable, though. Which, who knows if that'll happen. So, 0 cost, Wheel Kick, feels pretty good. Why? Foresight and Vaults down here. So play the Reach Heaven as well. Does Snecko mess up the cost of Through Violence? Yes, unfortunately. But that's a risk I'm willing to take. Cool, completely free first fight. Oh man, we do find the Mental Fortress. But what about a Deceive Reality Plus? 7 block and a safety. Hey there, Torodadef. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming. Fortress is really good, though. But it says plus? Safety cost is not affected by the eye, that's right, because it is generated into your hand at 1 cost, and it'll stay that way when you retain it. If somehow a safety ends up in your discard pile and you redraw it, it'll be random cost, but good luck doing that. How would you even do that, actually? That branch won't do it, even with a full hand. You get the safety first, and you don't even get a random card when you generate a safety anyway. Strange Spoon! Yes, that would do it. Strange Spoon. Or cards from another character are also valid answers, I guess. Zakoder, thank you so much for 9 months. Cards from another character via Foreign Influence. Foreign Influence generates an unload. Unload discards the safety. I like that. I like that a lot. And that doesn't require a shard, so I think that's a valid answer to the question, too. Alright, I'm gonna go with the green card. But I think the Mind Bloom was excellent, too. Well, we have an option that isn't removal. I'll take the other option, then. Upgrade all strikes and defends ain't bad. I think in a normal day, I would probably be inclined to still strongly consider taking the removal there. I will also take this card that says blues. Oh, and Damaru gives us 1 mantra each turn. Doubly good with the Vault. Currently we don't have any other mantra cards, but that could be about to change. Oh, many things are about to change. No skip Prismatic Shard. Now that sounds like a fun challenge. Let's do it. Ice Cream to let us retain our energy from turn to turn. That's gotta be good too. Thought the goal was to win. The goal is to have a fun time by doing something that's very difficult. And this sounds pretty difficult. Let's do it. Let's do it. No skip Prismatic Shard, Snecko Eye. Yeah, that's a good reason to pick up an Ice Cream, I think. Don't really want a signature move. Matryoshka is not the worst idea. Paying for 2 random relics, essentially. 2 random common or uncommon relics, specifically. Defect died to a Bronze Automaton, Napalm Shimmer. But we've had wins with the other characters. Let's grab this Ice Cream. Regen potions do stack, and it's a really powerful effect when they do. I'd like to go this way, ideally, which makes me want to rest. Although we're missing exactly 15 HP, so we go to perfect full HP with the regen. Are there any upgrades that really feel like they're huge? I guess Wheel Kick's a big deal. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll upgrade Wheel Kick. Vault upgrade doesn't do anything, because we have a Snecko Eye making our card costs random.
Dang. Are being attacked. I really like that you can check that before you commit. We can guarantee the vault draw next turn by discarding 2 cards. And indeed guaranteed it needed to be. I was hoping we'd be able to get a kill on this turn. Looks like that's not the case. We can do empty body plus safety. Grinjir, thank you so much for the 3 months and that Prime sub. Much love to you. Alright, let's take 8 more. It's fine. Did forget my ice cream there, though. Okay, we at least got a DuPont. Oh, cheer. These are not the cards you want to see in No Skip, Snecko Eye, Prismatic Shard times. I guess I'll take this Tempest. It's at least a X-cost payoff. Generating 1 lightning orb per energy we had. I'm going to correctly remember this time that we have an ice cream. Play around that. I guess that means we can play the Miracle on turn 1 pretty much every time. Go with unfortunately, yes. Not sure about that. Okay, we can get some work done here. Maybe. Let's see, I've got 2 Fear No Evils and an Eruption, so we can safely go Fear No Evil, Eruption. That puts us at 5 energy. We can Wheel Kick. And then we can maybe draw the thingy. Looks like we're trying to kill this turn, which means it was a mistake to use the regen potion in this fight. Could have expected. We always have Empty Fist safety at least available to us. We could also just Duplication Potion to kill right now, though. Actually, wait. Yeah, that we don't have the energy. No, we don't have the energy. Okay. So take 12? -3, actually. So take 9 to keep the duplication potion? I'd rather keep the duplication potion. Wrath only affects your attack cards, as does Divinity Stance. So all sources of non-attack damage, be they skills, powers, relics, potions, none of that will get multiplied by Wrath. Bank that energy for next turn. Did get the vault, good. Vault means we get 2 more HP out of the regen potion, so it actually wasn't a bad regen potion. Kunai will reward us with 1 dex every time we play 3 attacks in 1 turn. Another interesting set of options, Tempest, Bowling Bash, Fumes. Guess I'll take the Bowling Bash. Hitting 1 time per enemy in combat. This Kunai is going to allow us to gain dexterity by playing 3 attacks, which is pretty good. Suppose that I'm going to this store. It won't be a very good store, though. A rest here now? 18 health is a bit sketchy. I was really hoping we could go this way, but we can still fight this elite. Maybe there'll be an old coin in the chest. Now it's a Darkstone Periact. Max HP when we take a curse, but that was enough money to at least afford a shop relic. Why did I take damage when I could have finished the fight using that dupe bot? Because now I have the dupe bot that I can finish another fight with. Basically. The idea being that the potion is more valuable than the hit points are. Actually block this pretty well. Take a new hand, please. Okay. Looks workable. Got 2 cheap Fear Noodles again. That's good. Yeah, okay. Are we going to be able to kill this guy? Hopefully. Seems kind of unlikely. Which is wheel kick cost. 1! Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Easy peasy. And I think for maximum swag value, we gotta do this. Channel a plasma orb. That's legitimately very useful. Especially with the ice cream. 1 energy per turn, and 2 energy when we evoke it with our Tempest. I like it. Could also take the heat sinks for the card draw on powers, although currently we only have 1 power. Take a fusion, please. Oof. Could have had heat sinks mummy hand. Well, maybe not could have, but should have.
Love an artifact here, blocking the first debuff from each combat. Anger Kunai, not with the Snecko Eye. No, thank you. No, no, no. Very bad. Likewise, upgrading the fusion of the vault is useless. Useless. We'll upgrade the vigilance for +4 block on that and go for this elite fight. Yes, 0 cost turn 1 vault, 0 cost turn 1 foresight, 0 cost turn 1 crescendo. You'd love to see it. More cards, please. Strike pluses are actually pretty okay at the moment. I do want at least one exit. Perfect. Perfect. 3 cost bowling bash, you know, I'm not even mad. Just take it. Hit him. Heck that guy in particular. Damage for 2. Just do the big zap. Well, this fight went really well. Now I've got a useless singing bowl. Because I'm not allowed to skip cards, but I am allowed to take Wraith form. What up, Prismatic Shard haters? Give me that. And upgrade that. Gain a 3 intangible, and you know that doesn't even decrease when we vault. I have beta art on this? No. Interesting. Oh yeah, and we have the Clockwork Souvenir, meaning we don't even take dexterity penalty for playing it. It's even better. Unfortunately, didn't draw any block here. A little scary. Okay, they're just gonna hold on to those cards for me, I guess. Sounds nice. Now, unfortunately, there's no way to tell from the icon that the enemy intent uses whether it's going to consume an artifact charge or not. Some debuff intents do use, are blocked by artifacts, and some aren't. Generally speaking, ones that add cards, statuses, or steal cards from you can't be blocked by artifacts. It's not yet time. Good. That might be a problem. Genuinely. Should have played the Miracle there. Still should. Strike. Draw or exit. 4 dexterity somehow? Nice. Okay, goal is redraw Wraith Form now. Sweet. That means we can just Wrath. Get in there, Windmill Strike. GG. I guess we didn't even need the intangibility, huh? If we just killed on that turn. Don't think about it too hard. Apotheosis. Although most of the deck is genuinely upgraded already. Well, maybe not most. Definitely a nice card to have. There's also Scrawl, of course, draw until a 10-card hand. Or Bias Cognition with Clockwork Souvenir. It's a combo. It is a combo, and it would give us focus that we could actually use with the Tempest, so it does, even in theory, do something. But I'm feeling that Apotheosis pretty happily. Maybe. This deck does want more energy. I guess if we're being intangible, we don't care how much damage the enemies do. And we have a kunai to scale decks with. So that's another... this is also a good example of when do you take... We were being asked last run. When is it worth it to take the Philosopher's Stone and give enemies extra strength? And if the answer is that you can use that additional energy to block for a lot more, then the Philo Stone can be easily worth it. Great question, Professor ZZ. The answer is mostly habit. Generally speaking, if there's not a reason for you to do something immediately, then you should hold off. For example, I have the ability to play Tempest for X cost and then Miracle afterwards to gain 1 energy back. Although that's a pretty dang niche use. But in the absence of a reason to desirably immediately use the Miracle, I prefer not to. Just out of, again, kind of Spire habit. In this case, we don't have any reason that holding on to it really benefits us, so we probably should just use it on turn 1, so that I avoid clogging my draw. Double potions could be okay here. How about transform and upgrade 3? It's going to be a no. I'll take the energy. This deck definitely wants more energy. Okay, we do not have the green key, so we must get it. Stop. Maybe. Chop means not fighting that elite, though. Well, Apotheosis can upgrade the Miracle. That's super useful. Yes, and actually, yes, Apotheosis is now a reason to hold on to that Miracle, because we can upgrade it. So, we should play the Miracle as soon as we can upgrade it. Yeah. Yes. My favorite +1 energy per turn relic, probably the Coffee Dripper, personally. Oh dear god. Well, good thing I have 8 energy to spend. Dear lord, that's spooky. Deeply unfortunate 3-cost Crescendo. Still lets me Wheel Kick, Empty Fist this one, and then we get energy back from the Gremlin Horn too. Maybe I'll even Cut Through Fate it. And then I'll have 3 energy still, so I can go
Empty, deceive, but I want to be able to empty fist, deceive reality, safety. Ideally. Because yeah, defend, deceive won't be enough here. Still take 3. First of all, how dare you? Right, we're intangible. These are not very good cards. A least favorite enemy? I definitely have a favorite enemy, which is the Champ. I really like his arrogant, gloaty nonsense, and the way the fight's designed around that. Expertise could be okay, but only if we get a lucky draw where we have a mostly empty hand. Finesse is absolutely not free with the Snecko-Eye. Remember, this costs 0, 1, 2, or 3 at random. I guess we'll take the Expertise, and it'll sometimes be a card draw. But a lot of times it'll be nothing. This is good. You may indeed ask, Heavy Hank. I have now about 5,000 hours in Slay the Spire at this point. Which is entirely too many. Entirely too many. Okay, another Cut Through Fate is reasonable. Storm is kind of funny, though I don't have enough powers for it to be particularly good. I don't think we're in Calm enough, although we do start in Calm stance. Actually, Like Water is reasonable. I'll take a Like Water. I think the current potions are better than a fire potion. Yeah, okay. Ding Ding Halls. Don't want Madnesses, don't want a Writhe Curse, so we will retrace our steps, losing a little bit of max HP, down below 60. Not gonna pay 254 gold for the Red Mask, unfortunately. So those events were pretty worthless to us, tragically. Good example of Expertise doing absolutely nothing for us. Oh dear. Well, that's certainly a draw. It's not enough damage to kill. Wow. Just take 22, I guess. Block that by virtue of being intangible. And we can also block thorns by being intangible.
Arma with Apotheosis. I guess Flying Knee is good with the Ice Cream. Don't really want another Tempest. But the no-skip Prismatic Shard definitely starting to bite us a little bit. Some of these card rewards. One there. Expertise rolled too much cost to be worthwhile there. Eruption first, actually. Oh. It's not Wraith form. C. That's deeply unfortunate then. Health. That's not going to be a thing. Not looking good here. We do, however, get more intangibility with the Incense Burner, and I think a Discovery is pretty decent here, generating 1 of 3 random cards, putting it into our hand. That's good stuff. Okay, excellent turn 1 Wraith form. Just gonna go ahead and use it. Refund 2. Yes. Also done Empty Fist Flying Knee here. Perhaps should have. All for one with the Snecko Eye. Put all cost 0 cards from the discard pile into our hand. That's beautiful. We can even discard cards that are naturally 0 cost, like Crescendo with our Scry effects, and put them back into our hand. Really nice. Fortunately, we have to just kind of YOLO this fight. Thankfully, we are not being attacked on this turn. Who knows what the next turn might offer us? If 50? 50? 50. Right, because it's Philostone and he's got lots of strength. So, 50. 55. Good news is that Burner's on 5. And all we have to do is play the Vault card. And that'll actually increment our Incense Burner for us, making it down to a 1. Easy. Easy every time. $24 by 3. DuPont Tempest actually kills here. Kind of funny. Actually, wait. Regular Tempest kills here. Zoop. The Tempest did something. Good job, Tempest. We get the Tori and the Emerald Key. Still haven't used any of these potions. And here's where I really wish that I could skip for 2 max HP, but we are not allowed to. Of these, the Rampage is probably the best. Maybe the Lakewater, actually. Another block-in calm power. Yeah, we'll go with that. Flex could be 2 strength 1 time with the Clockwork Souvenir. Probably not, right? This just seems like a completely unnecessary risk. But the payoff could be immense here. Gambling Chip, Dead Branch, Mango, Fossilized Helix. Payoff is enormous. If we can draw the Wraith form, we'll easily beat them. Can't get a Waffle here. That's not a rare relic, it's a shop relic. What is the purpose of the stream if not to take unnecessary risks? You know? Can't beat them, we can't beat the boss? That is not necessarily true. We get to rest before the boss. Currently I have 6 HP. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no thanks. Should have Eruption there. Definitely going to now, though. Brings back Discovery, which is pretty cool. Repto is RIP? No way, not with Gremlin Horn. We're gonna be fine against Reptomancer. Maybe should have discarded Tempest, but you know how it be sometimes. Favorite bad relic synergy. Hey, stack seems okay. Strength pot over dex pot. Guess I should have used that dex pot all that long ago. I definitely like Snecko Eye plus orange pellets. That can be bad sometimes, but can be glorious sometimes. Red Skull plus Healing Relics can be a fun challenge too. Definitely, definitely. I shouldn't have vaulted. That's right. Need a few more block cards. Okay, that's nice at least. Perfect timing for the Wraith form. I was just thinking, no Wrath in hand, unfortunately, but then lo and behold, Wrath appeared. Good times. Alright, Giant Head is down. We get the Mercury Hourglass, giving us energy at the start of the turn. More orb slots? Question mark? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Question mark? Simmering Fury for another Wrath entry looks fine, too. Plus bonus card draw. I'll take the Simmering Fury. Question mark? Multiple question marks? Thank goodness for turn one eruption here. Turn one instance. Look at these relic setups for the time meter. Good stuff. Skewer! There's a real X cost to take advantage of the ice cream. Yes! Skewer it is. Skewer it is. Alright, next up, some boss gauntlets, but first, I'm gonna take a quick break, use the bathroom, when I return, more Spire. Alright, we are back. For the patience. Let's go. Time Eater, more like... Time Get Beater. Is... You can lose to me. Sir. You block that stinky drawdown debuff. I'm cool with that. Do I have to use Wraith Form now, though? That is the question. Looks like the answer to that might be yes. Is it a bit spooky? If so, that might require the duplication potion, then, if so. Let's see what Cut Through Fate says. Cut Through Fate says it is Wraith Form o'clock. Got it. So do I... Do I think I can win in 3 turns? Yes. Hell yes. Bard. Gonna vault though. Which gives me a 4th turn to work with, which is very important. Worth taking the 1 here. Need all the energy I can get. There you are. Pretty good skewer. Who's next? Donu and Deka. Don't forget we've got intangibility for turn 2 here. And double empty bodies, turn 1 with the all for 1. Glorious. What do you dare? Not worth paying 3 for that. It's minorly problematic. My cards are too expensive. For me to want to play them. Let's do it this way so that I can draw more. There we go. Super worth it. Good thing we have a lot of energy banked up. This is kind of expensive looking. So... ideally, we'd want to win on this turn, because... then Instance Burner is set to 4 for Spire Spear and Spire Shield. I think to do so would require using my Duplication Potion, which is an exceedingly valuable potion. I don't think it's worth losing. The alternative is to try to go all the way around a couple of times. That's doable with only 7 strength on Donu here. Deca here, excuse me. Okay, let's try that. Very imperative that we correctly set up this relic, though, or we're gonna have a bad time. To lower your HP, sir. She very much did not want to go into Divinity there. Oh, shoot. My Lake Water block, though. This could make more cards in hand. Oh, good. Okay, we can get our Lake Water back. Good. It's really funny. Okay, so trying to kill next turn. Instance Burner set to 4. Ideally, also Ink Bottle set to whatever number seems reasonable. 9 sounds good. Perfect. Alright. I actually think we have decent odds from here. We managed to scrape through our Act 3 experience after going down to very, very few hit points. Against, what, the Shapes or something? We had some weird moments there. Could upgrade the Lake Waters. Doesn't really matter, though, with Apotheosis, so I'm just going to take the full heal. Please. 500 bucks buys me what? Mental Fortress. That's definitely good. Glad I didn't trade out any potions. These potions aren't particularly good, although the Flanks potion's okay. Medical Kit could let us exhaust statuses. That's moderately useful. Not tremendously so, but moderately useful. Nothing else here is hugely good. I guess we'll take the Bag of Marbles. For sure the Eternal Feather. We've got so many, fires left? Question mark? That seems pretty good, though. We get 2 respectable relics, even if they're not amazingly high-impact ones. The fact that we have them will assist. Not gonna worry about that follow-up. Okay, fortunately, Spire Shield is not attacking on turn 1, so we get the full advantage of intangibility next turn.
think that means we should kill the shield first as well. Wrath, not really. Yeah. Upgrade the burns. Aw. Exactly put ourselves in position for a turn 3 kill now, did we? We did not. Looks like we're fine, though. Ooh. It's Discovery back for free? Sweet. Cheaper Simmering Fury? Question mark? Sure. It's not going to be worth it. Moderate to severe yikes. Cool though, we can just vault and draw the Wraith form. I think Bottle had discarded Wraith form. I think I would have had a heart attack. Did not see that coming. Ideally, I get them both next turn, although I actually wanted the Instance Burner on 3 for the Heart Fight. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, we can just kill them both now, so I will. Getting the Bronze Scales. Perfect. And a last-minute Searing Blow? Actually, the Concentrate is good, letting us discard cards for energy. That's genuinely good. If it costs the right amount. Okay, we have full HP going into the heart here. We have our Duplication Potion to go with Wraith Form, which feels excellent to me. We have no Potion Relics. Might as well use this. Free Vault! Although we said I'm not going to play it. But I'm just going to make that and keep it. Just gonna make it, just gonna keep it. Okay. Because if I play it, then we become intangible immediately, and that's really not what we want here. Do block the Vuln. It's the single hit that gets blocked. We have Tori for the next one. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Awesome, awesome. Still have to deal with Beat of Death, though. It's back. Reach Heaven and both of these Cut Through Fates, an excellent card. Oh, it's 0 cost. Beep. Ew. 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 Stinky high-cost powers. High-cost fusion, too. Gross. I guess we'll play them when they get upgraded by Apotheosis. Seems good. Don't have enough exits coming up. Well, I guess I have 2. Seems kind of risky to play the Simmering Fury, though. So do I go Vigilance Simmering Fury? Draw 10 next turn? If I'm going to do that, I should play the Miracle. There are 22 cards in the draw pile. We will die if I am in Wrath. Actually, no, we're not vulnerable, right? So it'll be 4/15. Actually, there's no risk to being in Wrath stance next turn, because we're not vulnerable. Never mind. And we have Tori. And it has 1 strength? No, I've made a terrible mistake. That's right, I forgot the strength. Well, hopefully we draw an exit. 6/15. Okay, yeah, we got an exit. We're fine. Definitely could have messed with myself a little bit there. Let's just say that I'm glad I did not. These cards are very expensive. Empty body, fear no evil, like water? Spends 8 energy. But we'll get more. There's always more. Thank you, Tori. Foresight or Vault, huh? Go with Foresight. All for One gets back Expertise. Kind of an unusual one. An empty body. Okay, so we'll just play the Crescendo through Violence All for One? Yeah. Also, we're intangible, so this is fine, actually. Okay, so let's just get rid of this, too. We're tangible for 6 more turns. Could be plenty. Nice. Get him Hourglass. I feel like we've had... Oh, jeez. Interesting distribution. Not a problem, though. Like that.
And the Windmill Strike gets there for the finish. GG. How about that? No skip, Snekawai, Prismatic Shard. No prob. GG, everybody. GG. Cool. So glad we were able to survive that sketchy Act 3 situation to make this weird, wacky, wild, and wonderful nonsense into a win. GG. GG. The Spire sleeps. But I shall not. GG. Kinfa says, you wonder how often suboptimal, so to speak, runs end up in a win that wouldn't be possible with normal good play. The answer is at least some of the time. There have to be situations where the weird route is the actual correct route, but you wouldn't expect that they're very frequent. That's right, out of the 4 attempts here, only Defect failed, which means only Defect... Man, I can't believe we've won all these runs with all of our strikes intact. Not Defect, I guess, but maybe that's why Defect lost, because we removed strikes. I mean, that's the only possible takeaway from what happened to Defect, right? I think so. I think so. Oh yeah, this Ironclad also had Seek. The Prismatic Shards have been pretty good. They've been pretty good. What a hell of a series of runs. 50 cards. Back-to-back runs. 19 cards, 50 cards. Cool. Very, very cool. I think we'll leave that particular challenge with the Defect for tomorrow, though. We'll wrap up that. For today, I want to do a quick run or two of Monster Train to round us out. Here, that's coming out on... Actually, Switch today, right? I believe so. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Did we do a no boss relics ladder? No, but I do think that's probably going to be a really good idea for the current challenge format, Steineken, where we try to get an A20 win with each character. I'd love to try to do that on a no boss relics kind of attempt. I think it would be quite difficult. In a fun way. Anyway, let's do a C25 random run. Or 2. We'll try to over-explain these, since usually when I'm switching from Spire to Monster Train, there's a few new Choo-Choo viewers. Update the actual category to the Monster Train. So, Monster Train, it's a deck builder that's got some similarities and inspirations from Slay the Spire. One of which being the Covenant system, the difficulty system. Much like Spire has 20 Ascension levels that stack together, so too does Monster Train have 25 Covenant levels, with similar effects, boosting the stats of enemies, giving us a few penalties. We're going to be playing random here. A normal run of Monster Train has 2 clans, one primary and one allied, with 6 options for each. Both contribute to your pool of cards, with some starter cards that are based on the clan, as well as some random starter cards. Oh my, we've got a very unusual combination here. Remnant plus Umbra. Ooh. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be interesting. So we have 5 of these Shade Splitters. These make morsels, which are units that other units can eat. 5 Dregs. Temporary units. They've got 2 stacks of a status called Burnout. When the Burnout drops to 0, they die. We also have our Penumbra Hero, who can either trample or boost their stats whenever they eat a unit. Since we've got Remnant Dregs here, and Stealth, I think it makes sense to go for the Glutton version of Penumbra. See you later, WeddyM. Does Harvest trigger when morsels are eaten? No, I don't believe. Yeah, let's take Glutton. I think Monstrous is pretty tough to use. Oh, and we'll definitely take Lost Luggage. Draw until we have 10 cards on turn 1. I think that's exceptionally good with Umbra, who usually benefits from taking things other than card draw from their first boss. And I will also... You know what? I am going to take the money for the shards. I believe you can't get shard-enhanced units. Spikes. That sounds real tough. But how tough? Highly recommend the DLC for this Elmechia Lance. I think with the last Divinity DLC, the game is really, really enjoyable. You know, a wonderful set of ways. I've got these immortal trades, too. Good. Right, how do we want to do this? These Rage Boys are pretty spooky. Morsel. There's 0 attack. Okay, Umbra. Only actually feed 1 morsel this turn. Probably makes more sense to set up top then, hey? Okay, let's do this. Probably going to put Molten Encasement Dreg on this floor. We can try to kill them. Each turn, enemies do combat with our units that are on the same floor as them. And then they'll advance up to the next floor. That is a lot of spikes. Yikes, the spikes. Fortunately, no way to kill the Collector this turn. So we're missing out on that 50 gold. It's unfortunate. Anybody who gets put on the bottom floor just dies, right? Pretty much. It's here.
The spiky boys. Okay, well, Magma Morsel can kill one of these, saving us a bit of Pyre HP. Might as well, hey? Lifesteal on Penumbra seems like a good idea. Yeah, it's gonna be a good idea. You do take 4 damage as that top enemy gets to the pyre. Alright, this is looking acceptable. Damage shield will help a bit too. But lifesteal is definitely the big way to get Penumbra to survive boss encounters. So even though this is a fairly intimidating set of enemies, no problem ultimately. Penumbra heals back to full every time it makes an attack. GG. GG. Okay, good. We're through the first cycle. Or first ring, rather. Zero cost morsel generation seems really nice with our Gorge Penumbra here. More capacity could also be useful. We have 2 mortal trades. I don't think a third one is necessary. Take the morsels here. Descending unit can be interesting, letting us potentially overstack our floors by kind of manipulating units onto floors. You can... hard to explain. Hollow Drippings would allow us to extend the duration of our dregs by giving them 5 more turns before they burn out. Feels like a pretty reasonable skip here. Maybe I should take Dripfall. Dripfall can also be used on enemies, descending them and dazing them. Let's grab 1 Dripfall. The utility of it, I think, is nice. And I usually want to go early Merchant of Steel. I think Remnant Banner is an interesting option. A Harvest unit would be very good with these dregs in particular. Deciding whether to upgrade your spells or units first is usually a pretty tough call. Also make use of Endless with these Molten Encasements. Okay, Merchant of Steel it is. Look at the upgrade first. It is in fact Endless, so we'll probably make one of these Molten Encasements Endless, and I might even infuse the other one inside it, so that they're stealth 4 every turn. Bonus points if I can make them burn out 1. Oh, and Big Sludge, there is a Harvest unit here. Harvest gain Rage 5 whenever a unit on his floor dies. And I think Big Sludge, since this is an offensive scaling unit with Harvest, pairs perfectly with a renewable source of stealth in these Molten Encasements. I think these will work really, really well together. Other option is the Lady of the Reformed, who is all about extending the duration of your other burnout units, which I don't really want to do. Let's go Big Sludge. The 2 cost is a bit of a problem, but we'll figure it out. Okay, and Big Sludge most of all wants Multi-Strike. Quick is also somewhat acceptable as his upgrade. I don't want to give him Large Stone. He's large enough. It's unfortunate. Dang. Next opportunity for Merchant of Steel is a ways away, so we have to be able to beat Daedalus with what we have. I think we can do that. But that might mean that I want to spend my money on a card removal right now. 1 fewer Train Steward. Give the Big Sludge some survivability.
Although theoretically that is what the stealth is for. This saves me from, like, bad times. I'm gonna take that money. More money! I'll also mess with the, thingy to get a unit draft here. We've got a Divine Temple coming up, and I'd love to find a unit to infuse into the Big Sludge. Big Sludge. I've got Hasters. Hasters go directly from the first floor to the third. Makes things tough. Minus 32, dang, dude. Stealth you. Guess I could put a dreg in the middle, but it really doesn't matter. Note that the Big Sludge gains 5 rage anytime anything on his floor dies, which means that these large waves of small enemies are ideal food. That'll kill the Collector, thankfully. I can verify that eating a morsel does not count as harvest. Oh, the morsel actually died. If the morsel dies regular-like, that does count for harvest. Have some more... Actually, that'll feed to the... Oh, too bad. It's fed to the molten encasement. Clean kill. Good. It even dazed the boss. Not that it makes much of a difference. Get him, big boy. Bonk. The Big Sludge. More capacity on a floor. More capacity on a floor, definitely desirable here. Prismal Dust could also be interesting for some damage shield. I think we want more capacity, though. We're having a hard time getting all of our morsels on the field at the moment. Targeted Reform can be nice, getting back a unit that has died. Although they come back with Burnout. Take one. Just 3 friendly Burnout units. Perfect Enforcer is interesting. Lifesteal 5 is okay. None of these infusions are particularly appealing for the Big Sludge. And none of them are that good on their own. The Crucible Collector gains lifesteal when it feeds on a morsel. We've already got a target for our morsels. Likewise, the Alloyed Construct requires morsels to attack. The infusion of the Paraffin Enforcer causes the unit to have Burnout. We don't want our main attacker to be a Burnout unit. So what does our next floor look like? I'm probably going to go Merchant of Magic Remnant Banner. Especially since I'm looking for a unit to infuse again into the Big Sludge. I'll skip these. Could go to the Hersel's Horde here, but...
Remove consume. Kind of interesting on packed morsels, maybe. Also offered -2 cost. Glorious. Slay gain $10. That ain't that bad. Although he only attacks once per turn, so it won't be that much money generation. For now. But there are ways that could change. Is that really worth the infusion, though? Could be. We could also hold out for one more chance at a decent infusion. There is another Divine Temple on the next ring. And I believe you always get a unit draft after your first boss. If I had multi-strike on Big Sludge, I would be a lot more excited about this. Money is a very powerful thing in Monster Train. So getting a lot of it can be a really, really powerful way to scale up. But I'll opt no on this one. Nothing eligible for magic power. Keeping our shards low will ensure the upcoming combats are at least relatively easy. Let's do this. Purge another card too, although Merchant of Steel next? Probably. Definitely. Okay. Oh, that's right, I'm supposed to infuse the Stealthy Boy into each other. Thank you for reminding me that I want to do that. Forgot we had these. That's right. So now it is Stealth 4 when this unit dies. Almost forgot. Ember deposits. We take the Abandoned Stave, giving us more energy per turn based on the number of Blight cards in the deck. But we add 2 Vengeful Shard Blights, or 3 Calcified Ember now and upgraded versions later. We have to hold on for like 2 or so rings. Upgraded versions are pretty good. They're 0 cost, draw 1, gain 2 Ember. I don't really feel like we need the extra energy that much, other than playing the Big Sludge initially. I also don't have to take anything. But let's take the Calcified Embers. We'll get the upgraded ones later. I think we can afford the short-term weakness with our relatively low shard count. Smiley face. Does stealth work on bombs? I actually don't remember. Difficult to get the initial kills we need here. Does not. Understood. Does bombs not attack? Play one more. Counteract our Ember Drain next turn from the Big Sludge. And actually put these in front of the Big Sludge so that he gains rage from their deaths. Still won't, it's only 5 rage, right? So +10, +10, he'll only do 30. Still pretty good.
Yeah, that's just better than giving him +6, actually. Good. Oh, they don't both die. Oh, hilarious. Right. Got Purnout 1. Take some pyre damage here. This is a bit worrisome. You're up to 39. +4. Have to use Drip Fall. That gets eaten? What do you mean that gets eaten? 2, 5. Oh no, you have 11 health. I was looking at the 5 and thinking that was the hit point value. Ah, understood. Right, okay. Well then. You go here, I guess. Should have put that up top then. At least we get the 5 damage from it. But these tanky healers are a real problem for me. Okay, there's our Molten Encasement. Good. Oh. Less good. That's gonna really hurt. Can I kill you? I only got that capacity? No, I can't. Actually, wait. No, I can't. Oh, that's right. -10, we do 23... Oh yeah, we can kill this tough guy. That's right. Do want to do that. Doesn't save us much HP though. It's really the we take 10 here still. But I accept. Better than nothing, right? Perfect. Damage shield. Let's put that up top. And then drip fall this guy. Daze him real good like. Breg here kills you. Here. Okay, this still looks like a problem. Yep, gonna call that a problem. Definitely a problem. Oh. This is also a problem.
Big Sludge wasn't quite enough damage this this combat, but I think we might be able to make it through. Calcified Embers have definitely cost us here. Oh, but we win. So actually, these don't even go up to the pyre, because the Big Sludge kills. Good. Okay, not that bad, though. Bonk. That's the magic of stealth. Multi-strike. Multi-strike. That's exactly what we want on the Big Sludge. I'll take it. All burnout and debuff effects could be kind of interesting, too. That can notably get rid of Ember Drain. That's pretty cool. But I'll take the Furnace Tap first, thank you. And here we go, Harvest +2/+2. That's probably what we want on the Big Sludge. Although Harvest gain 5 might be more, if you wanted a money generator, this is a good one too. I need that damage up though, you know? Take the Baron. And I'm going to take additional capacity so that we can fit more morsels or more harvest-style units onto a given floor. Going to be looking for multi-strike here in the Merchant of Steel. Quick is also an interesting option. Although Quick with Stealth is really not that helpful. Could go Hybrid Trample Gorge up top. I actually kind of like that. As a cleaner. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna cross path into Monstrous since we took bonus capacity. What we got here? Just magic power upgrades that I can't even use. Alright, do you have multi-strike? No. Blech. Dang it. I can dupe the stealthy boy. Let's just keep removing stewards. Alright, good luck to us. Okay, not worried about this boss. Normally he's a real troublemaker, but because we have stealth, it shouldn't be a problem. Should not be a problem. Big units floor 1 though. Die, my minions. Perfect.
Currently, Big Sledge's problem is that his damage doesn't get up high very quickly. Oh man, these calcified embers are very much hurting. We'll furnace tap up here just to make sure that this doesn't get through. Ember Drain 4 is going to be a bit of a problem, though. Yeah, this is going to be worth it. Team plus 15. Yikes. You barely live that, so that's nice. Problem is now I can't play the Stealthy Boy. That might actually kill me here. Okay, good. We didn't get it. We'll be able to play it next turn. I think. Now we lose 3 at the start of the next turn. Yeah, I've just completely hoised myself. Well, crap. Good news is both of these waves die. So will this one, actually. So maybe it's okay? Yeah, and then I can't do that, though. And then we'll die next turn. Oof. Oh, maybe if we get a good draw. It was absolutely not correct to play Furnace Tap. At the same time, I think we would have lost so much fire health if I had. Oh, hold on. Hold the phone. Stealth you. Lifesteal you. Actually, wait. Still ouch. Might not be dead, though. Oh, but I can't replay this. No, we are dead. The boss will kill me. Dang it. Ah, stupid Ember Drain. Just die instantly. Die instantly. Taking these embers really punished me here. I think this is also very difficult clan combo. Should not have messed around on this run. GG. Not even close. Although wait, oh, it could have reformed the big sludge? That would not have been enough. No, GG. Ultimately, why this run lost is because the big sludge doesn't do any damage until units start dying, and they don't start dying until the big sludge does damage. So we have no way to get started. Let's try again. Let's try again. Not with these clans, though. Exiled Hellhorn, Exiled Wormkid. Now that's kind of interesting. Shark-Tail Queen. Sure. Never tried the Imperialist version. I don't think she's very good. This 5's gonna be better than +2 on Slay. Ten armor is a very difficult first challenge. Although the Worm Grindstone is going to help a lot. We want to put her on the bottom. 20 damage per imp to enemy units. That's pretty powerful. Pretty powerful there. Oh, can't play you. And that happens before her attack. That's pretty cool. Squeaky toy sound effect is so good. Alright, this looks a lot better as far as a first fight goes. Could have sent this backline archer here to get rid of it. I think that's the best way for me to do so. Could also ascend the queen here. Oh, Apex Imp? Yes, Apex Imp gets yeeted. Noted. Noted. Do not get yoked by the Apex Imp. Go this way. I need the Echo next turn so I can play the Extract card. Oh, but the Imp doesn't fit. It's okay, because we can ascend our Train Steward, play the Imp to get the Echoes, then extract for 50 damage. Minus 48? How about minus all of it? GG. Only barely getting past this first boss. But getting past we are. Good. An infused Molten Imp. I mean, we want more imps with the Shardtail, with the Imperialist Shardtail Queen, right? Yeah. The infusion really sells it. Fill your empty Echo slots with Echoes. Apply Ember Drain 1 to friendly units on that floor, which might be 0 units. I'm gonna try it. I've never really used Soul Siphon. Oh my. Infused Keeper of Echoes. Gives +1 to +1 to friendly units on Inspire. It's also the first of kin, gaining +5 damage when you consume a card. Keeper of Echoes plus Imp Spam could be genuinely pretty hilarious. Let's try it. I really like the Keeper of Echoes as a thingy. Thunderstone. Oh, here's the Apex Imp again. Demon Imp. Gains rage whenever it gains armor. Fusion is armor 10 range. Steelworker plus into Keeper of Echoes actually seems like a pretty reasonable kind of buffing unit. Providing both Inspire and armor to everything on the floor, but then the other units on the floor have to be themselves be reasonably powerful, or it's not going to be that good. I'll take the Steelworker. Do I Big Stone any of my units? Keeper of Echoes included? I don't think so. We'll give them multi-strike and +10 now, so they actually do decent damage to start. That sounds good. Maybe Spikes 3 wasn't worth challenging here.
1 lonely damage. Dies. Can't even afford to play you now. See you later, I guess. Forgot that was a 2-cost unit. Ooh, na. Sweep the boss. Actually, this is fine though, right? You go upstairs. Imps die to the sweep before the queen can throw them at this opponent, unfortunately. Take 2 hits, so 12 fire damage. That's not too bad. Another infused imp? I'm down. Definitely down. Turn a consumed spell to the top of the draw pile. Don't have a lot of consumed spells at the moment, right? That's right. I'll take a infused hosting kin then. 13 targeted damage for 0 cost. Divine artifact? Divine artifact. Big combat bonuses for 1 fight. Make Daedalus a lot easier if we take the Divine Advanced Prototype. I think I'll do that. That'll help ensure that we actually reach the Divine Temple to infuse our Steelworker, probably. Cool. That gives our Train Stewards absolutely enormous bonuses for 1 combat. We're good on Merchant of Steel, we are. So I'll go Hellvent Wormkin Banner. Do I dare dupe this Keeper of Echoes? Definitely going to consider it. We'll go to the Concealed Caverns before we dupe, of course. H3, Rage is better, or deal 2 damage whenever an enemy unit moves between floors. Rage 3 helps us get started quite a bit better. These Train Stewards are 20 times 3 right now, by the way. Could find Endless for Imps? That's true, an Endless Imp would be very nice for the Short-Tail Queen. Not something I actually looked at too hard. Endless on this Fledgling Imp now looks particularly juicy. Yeah, I'll take the Resonant Shard then. 2 eggs. It's
20 plus 20 plus 1 trample. That would be really good on this Keeper of Echoes, actually. This is going to be a 40 by 2 with trample. With the +1/+1 on the Inspire, too. Interesting. Grab that. Offer the Blessed Sword, Holiest Shield, or the Skull. Kill a non-boss unit. I see we got our wins with the Sword and the Shield already, but we don't have a Divine Stamp on the Skull. We could even dupe the Skull. Of course, these cards say Purge. They permanently remove themselves from the deck when played, but if you keep them in the deck for a few combats, you'll get to reuse them, of course. Do I dupe Keeper of Echoes, then? Who's that I will? This will get weird. Boom. Mutually assured destruction. No, I'm gonna play this. Top floor, I guess. Yeah, this we're not looking to play. Oh yeah, we have Super Stewards, that's right. Your job is to win the fight for me, Super Steward man. Show him the old 20 by 3. Hell yeah. This could be an interesting way to get some Inspire procs, too. Oh, I see. Don't want to ascend the bomb. That would do 10 damage to the pyre. Just as a note. Final wave. Have some Super Steward. Super Sir.
The one Thorns on Daedalus is such a troll with shards. To make damage shields less effective and such. Just low health units in general. Almost GG. Fragile and multi-strike. Fragile units die if they lose health, so you really want to armor them. Wormkin Spike could be a nice way to deal with the floor, especially with the infusion on it, meaning it's guaranteed AoE. Quite like that. Don't have the echoes for perfect insanity. Another chance at the Apex Imp here. Branded Warrior is also an option. Got these Keeper of Echoes to work with. We'll be fine. Feels like a deck that might need more capacity in it. Feels like a deck that might need more energy in it. I think I'll just take the card draw and we'll figure it out later. What do we feel about Merchants of Magic? Spells aren't really the important thing, although the Wormkin Spike is nice. Removing 2 is pretty good, though. I'm going to sacrifice the Bog Deep Cocoon to one of these Keeper of Echoes. Capacity. Descend also dazed? Interesting with the Hidden Passage. That allows me to use Hidden Passage on enemies to daze them. It's kind of interesting. What if that works on Last Divinity? Or 30 damage when I play a Consume card. There's a few of those, and we are Wormkin. Plenty of Consume cards. Take the Trader's Quill. Strike Fragile. I don't think we need these guys. $30 damage per imp. We're offered Spell Chain. I also know that we're offered Purge -1 cost, and that can be kind of fun. Spell Chain Petrified Skull. Seems really good. It's just a -1 cost upgrade for 10. That's super not worth it. Yeah, I'll take Spell Chain Petrified Skull. I don't think it's worth paying 10 shards for a -1 cost. It does add Consume, though, which is kind of cool with the Trader's Quill. Still not worth it, though. Seems fine. It's a very measurable cost for 150 gold. You just avoid dealing with any of these enemies and only take 14 fire damage. This, however, not good. Double deadweight draw turn 1. What about
you've got trample, though. But I wanted to play you here, actually. It's me, 75 gold from the collector? Okay. This would be +4/+4? Oh no, 3/3, because it was infused. I have 2 ascents, so we can overstack floors too. Yes. Now you're seeing the strat. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, I only get to fit 1 unit in here. Versus... Oh, that is a real problem, then. Unfortunate. Alright, fine. So we permanently lose that card. And the 15 shards that went into it. I'm very upset about. Oh well. I need an endless imp. You trample? No. Good. We have absolutely no way of beating this boss, though, right? Like, this is not even close. We can get our ascends. GG, it looks like. Definitely. Blah. GG. Tough day for the train. GG. That's alright. I guess we'll take that as a sign that it's time to bid everybody a lovely and fond farewell for another lovely day of stream. One more stream coming up this week. Tomorrow, we're starting not later than noon Eastern Time, our usual get-together. Hope to see many of you there. But that's going to be it for me tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. And I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo, everybody. Bye-bye.